You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Hold up. Just sending out the tweet.
Good morning.
Shortwave, what's up, man? Good morning.
Good morning to the Monero community from the hot United States, eastern seaboard of the United States.
It's beautiful over here. Oh my God.
Oh, it's hot as heck over here.
I'm wearing my sunglasses in celebration of the weather.
It's 80 degrees here. Like, it is not supposed to be 80 degrees in November.
No, I love it though, man.
So sick of it.
You not so much?
No, not so much. I'm more of a cool person.
Okay. Really? You don't like the sunshine, going outside?
I mean, it's all right, but I'd rather not be too hot. Put it that way.
Okay.
Being too hot is awful.
I got you. You're like a Monero miner. You want to stay cool.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on? We got no tucks today. Thanks for stepping in. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. I've just been on XMR Bazaar, finding new sellers and sending them messages, asking them if they can price their items in Monero and showing them how they can do so.
You have been doing such a great job, man, in terms of shilling XMR Bazaar, but in a meaningful way. I greatly appreciate it. Teaching people, onboarding them, using it yourself.
I love XMR Bazaar. I'm really, really excited for the platform.
Let me bring it up. Yeah, I'm super excited as well. And once I get through this conference, I'm hoping to give it more focus. I mean, it's been rolling though. Anarchio is working on it 24/7, constantly making improvements. We have Aaliyah who's doing the moderation, and she's been doing an amazing job at that. And I've just been working with them remotely. It's amazing. I've never gotten on the phone with them, had a conversation, because they want to remain as anonymous as possible, which I completely respect. And honestly, I think it adds kind of a layer of protection for the project itself. But it's a unique experience.
Oh, so you're not going to make them return to office 5 days a week?
I mean, you left. My dream though would to be in the same room as these people for 12 hours a day. I just feel like we would accomplish so much more.
But if you were in the same room with them, you shouldn't know who they are. Like if they show up at Monerotopia and you have no idea who they are, that's one thing. But to actually
no, I'm saying my dream though would be able to work. So I'm a visual person. I need to be like face to face with people to really, roll up my sleeves and get things done. And it's hard to have the brainstorming conversations. I've adapted and learned how to do it through text with them, but it's more natural for me to be like, hey, let's jump on a phone call and talk about this,
Oh, I don't mind phone calls, but I don't really feel like I have to be face to face with a person. But yeah, a good phone call brainstorming session is just what you need, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. But super excited about it. We've made a ton of progress. What are we at right now? We're over 1,000 listings.
1065 last time I checked.
That's amazing. Have you made any sales? Have you bought anything? What's kind of been your personal experience?
I've made a few sales. I've just been adding some different things. So I've got I added a coffee table recently and a space heater and some cast iron skillets and different things like that. A lot of kitchen and stuff like that.
Look at this. Somebody's selling shoes. Somebody's selling sneakers. I love it here.
Yep.
I'm size 13. That's a little big for me.
Yeah, it's a bit big for me too. But
we got Ray coming on today as our special guest. He might be able to fit into those shoes.
That person, that person with the sneakers had their price posted in fiat, and I messaged them. I'm like, hey, can you post your prices in Monero if you don't need the exact amount of fiat? And here's how to do so. And he changed it.
Fantastic. Yeah, you're a big promoter of that concept, and I do think that's important, right? Because at the end of the day, if we're trying to opt out, we're trying to cut ourselves off from the fiat system, we have to stop thinking in terms of fiat, right?
Exactly.
This is what you're constantly pushing, which I think is you're doing. It's noble work. It needs to be done. We need to do more of it. Thank you for being kind of the ballast there on the ship with that in that regard.
The way I see it is like, for example, if you need a space heater, you can go on XMR Bazaar, type in space heater, and look at the prices, and then buy the thing with Monero, priced in Monero, and you don't have to worry about what it costs in fiat or how the person gets it. You just care that you get it at your doorstep.
Boom! Here we are, space heater. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother project, right? We want to after the Nodo, we're talking about potential mining equipment, and trying to design it in a. Oh, wait, did it pop up? Do you see it on the screen right now?
Well, I don't see anything on the screen. But
oh yeah, you can't see it. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. Somebody posted a space heater. But yeah, would like to start selling Monero miners. After Nodo. This is what we've been talking about. And it would be nice if they had a dual purpose as a space heater. But here you could buy a space heater today with Monero. So this is priced in Monero, you're saying?
Yep, I price everything in Monero directly, because when you price things in Monero, you act as a shock absorber for the price, and it stops it from deviating nearly as much.
This is very true. Some say 1 Monero equals a gram of cocaine on the dark market. This is what I've been told. I don't know. Is anybody actually tracking that? Is there any truth to that?
I don't know.
There might be some truth to something like that, right? Like,
because
maybe Monero is holding stable for some particular reason, right?
I know like marijuana always used to cost around $150 US dollars per ounce, I think it is. And so that might be what it's reflecting.
There you go. Oh, we got our first XMRchat tip. Umi tip 50 cents, 12 days to the conference. Let's go. Wow. Yeah, that's coming up fast, guys. It's coming up fast. It's going to be a different world, right? U.S. election is happening on Tuesday. Then the more important event, which is Monerotopia, happening a few days later. First day is November 14th. It's coming up really fast. Super excited about it. Ton of momentum. We got Ray coming on as a special guest today. He recently announced that he'll be joining us in Mexico City. So very excited about that. Never met the gentleman. I've seen him obviously all around the Twitter sphere. I think I saw him at a Bitcoin event in 2021, the one in Miami. I think he was a speaker there at the time. Obviously, I know he's an OG. He's very much focused on the things that we care about around here, which is building out a peer-to-peer digital cash economy. And one of these guys who doesn't just talk the talk, but walks the walk, and has been out there, OG, kind of talking about these things from day one, and actually trying to build the tools that will allow us to do this. So super excited to bring him up on stage and to have him at the conference. But yes, in general, conference is really heating up at this point. If anybody does want to help, the way you can help is by spreading the word. We have, the table is set and all the guests will be there. I mean, the lineup, speaker lineup is incredible. Let me bring up. I
saw something on Reddit yesterday, I think it was, that you guys are looking for some virtual and in-person help as well during the conference. So
yes, we're looking for somebody that can basically help us run the virtual conference, kind of like what you're doing right now. Be the host of the virtual conference. We'll be using StreamYard for it. So we're basically looking for a virtual conference host. We had one last year, worked out very well. We probably need more than one person because it's a marathon. I mean, it's 4 days, basically from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So if there's one person that wants to take on that task, or we'll have multiple people, they'll be in on the stream the entire time, interacting with the audience, and then jumping on and I guess talking at moments too. Just so there's no dead space, but there really won't be any dead space because the talks are going to be back to back to back. I wanted to avoid that, but yeah, it just turned into that again because we have so many speakers.
Well, and if you didn't avoid it, then what would happen is the conference would be like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much amazing content.
And I kept it as one stage too this year, which I think is really awesome because a lot of people are what we call the second stage was off in the loft area. Had to go upstairs, and like I would say like 70% of the conference never even made their way up there. They didn't even know it was happening. And those were all the remote talks, but we had some amazing speakers that were giving remote talks last year, and people kind of missed out on it. So doing it all on the main stage limited the amount of remote speakers. Obviously we want them all to be live on stage. But there are a few and really good ones. And we'll be broadcasting them on the main stage as well. So that's why things are really tight. Even though we added a day, we eliminated a stage. So yeah, it's all coming together.
I have my ticket and I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, very excited to just hang out with everybody. It's very it's very intense throwing these conferences. I think I was talking about it last week. It's very hard to scale this operation. It's because it's a lot of in-person communication. You're dealing with all the speakers. Then we also we don't make it easy for ourselves, right? It's not just a normal conference. Then we have the vendors there that we all have to onboard to Monero. I mean, that's a whole operation in and of itself, onboarding all the vendors to Monero. So we're working with people that are helping us do that. That's in the process. It's all coming together though, and super excited about it. But yeah, if you do want to help, just spread the word. Actually take action though. We have, everybody sitting behind their keyboards all day, viewing content. Just help us by interacting a little bit. Maybe go write a post up on Reddit about Monerotopia. Go put it on some other obscure forum. Just help us get the word out about the conference itself. We want as many people as possible. Right now, I get a little late in the game to buy your ticket if you're going to be attending. I guess if you're going to be flying in. But it is Mexico City, so there's tons of flights. It's super cheap once you get there. Honestly, you don't even need to have a hotel reserved. There's hotels right around there. It's major city. There's no shortage of places to stay for very, very reasonably priced. Whether it's a hotel room or Airbnbs also. So you could come in last minute, but we also have a virtual conference ticket. So we want to get the word out about that. And just in general, we just want people to know that this amazing event is happening. I see people talking about trying to bring crypto back to its cypherpunk roots and all that. We are doing that. We've been doing that at Monerotopia year after year. So if that's what you're looking for, it's here. So let's make sure all those people that are looking for that culture in crypto know that Monerotopia conference is happening. And I don't think that's the case. I think we, I don't know if we're shadow banned in ways, but I feel like more people should know about Monerotopia. Shortwave, I don't know. Do you have any feel in that regard?
Well, of course, the algorithms aren't going to help us because on YouTube and on Twitter and these big tech algorithms are not here to help us with the delistings and the censorship and everything else. So the fact that we're doing as well as we are is absolutely amazing and just shows how organic and beautiful our community is.
For sure, man. This thing, Monero and Monerotopia and it's being forced to grow organically, grassroots. We're being forced to grow grassroots. So it's just creating a very, very, very strong community. We have 86 live viewers right now. Guys, like and share. Let's get the word out. Here's a perfect example. Everybody that's watching right now, all 86 of you, retweet it. Let's try to double the amount of viewers right now. Those shows, we've done shows in the back where I really back in the day, couple of months ago where I was really driving the like and share. We were getting the numbers up. So we got to do more of that. Here they go. They're clicking up. Guys, do it. I have an idea, Shortwave. What if, because I had sent out a tweet like a week ago trying to get people to post things about the conference. And I was like, oh, I'll give you a tip, whatever, 0.1 Monero. And I nobody really participated. It was kind of, I was like, guys, come on. I had like one or two people like send out a tweet. So I'm going to try it now live on air again. This is super easy. Just asking you, go write up a post somewhere on some forum and post it here in the chat. Proof that you've promoted Monerotopia somewhere. You don't have to chill it in a scammy way. Just make people aware of the conference. Talk about it in any way you want to talk about it, whether you think it's a good conference or a bad one. But just get the information out there on forums. I want people to know it exists. And
Dog with hat airdrop. No.
Come back in here and just show us the link. I will send you a tip. We could do it through XMRchat.com. I will send you could send us your receive address and I will tip you for your work. Let me put the XMRchat link in the chat right now. XMRchat.com/Monero.
Monero talk.
Okay. Guys, so if you haven't heard of XMRchat.com, it's just a super simple way to send Monero-based super chats. They pop up here. I can pull them up on the screen. So just go to XMRchat.com/Monero talk. You don't need to make an account. You just enter a username, and it's going to ask you to send an amount of Monero. Send whatever amount you want. It goes directly to us. And we see the chat and we can pull it up. It's very easy if you're a streamer to create your own XMRchat account. Super easy to do. Recommend start doing that. It's a way to get around the banking system once again, right? You're not relying on these centralized super chat services that have the ability to turn people off if they want to.
And take 30% of your money.
And yeah, like if there's that should be that's the number one motivational factor, right? You keep all the tips you get, 100% of them minus the Monero transaction fee, which is fraction of the cent. All tips literally go directly to you. It's peer to peer. There's no servers involved, no centralized no centralized authority involved. Anybody that wants to send you a tip is sending a tip directly to you. But we have it nicely integrated with StreamYard, wherein it feels like a traditional super chat. So go ahead and give that some usage.
However, I've noticed sometimes you say send a couple of cents, 2 cents. I think the minimum is 15 US cents.
Do we? Okay.
At least
we
the
haven't
last
set
time
it
I
that.
looked.
Sorry, guys. So you're gonna have to spend at least 15 US cents to send us a tip. All tips go to I put towards just continuing the development of XMRchat.com. So but yeah, the reason why I tell people just tip no matter what, because I just want people to use it. Just use Monero, right? So if 15 cents doesn't mean much to you, any comments you place, just make them with XMRchat.com. We could also maybe try to lower that threshold. I don't know if there's a reason why we have it so high. But we could lower that a little bit. All right, Shortwave. I think we'll switch it up today, and rather doing price report first, we'll get the guest up here because I see he's in the back room. He's chilling. I know he's a busy man, so we could get Ray up here. Do that first. What do you think?
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Hold up. I'm gonna have to play the guest segment. Is this our? Oh wow, we have a lot of segments here. I'm not normally the guy running these over here. Hold on a sec, guys.
Yeah, that's my exact problem. Is you can run them faster than I can, and you don't.
We have multiple guest segment. We have the new guest segment, the old guest segment. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. All right, let's bring them on up.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet, store, Send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Ray, what's going on, man?
What's up, brother?
How's it going? Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you. I feel like I got to take my sunglasses off for this. I'm being rude.
Not at all, brother. Not at all, brother. Comes with the territory.
How you doing, man? I gotta be honest. I don't know much about you. I know of you. I know the aura of you. I know maybe perhaps some of the tales, but I never stopped to do a good, good background check. Really understand, how long you've been in the crypto game, what that started as. So, without spending too much time on it, because I know you've been around for a while. Give us, for those who don't really know you. Who is Ray?
Ray is a serial entrepreneur. I've been doing startups since 1999. I got my first computer when I was 19, taught myself how to code, and just started building businesses. My first business was a ringtone startup. It was peer-to-peer ringtones, and it was quite successful. And
wow.
I had another successful startup, which was a social networking startup at the time. First guy to do the news feed that Facebook copied in virtual GIFs. They couldn't get that to work, but my first two was successful, but then I had 9 failures in a row, because I was quite arrogant, and God had the habit of wanting to break his soldiers down until he can raise them up again and rebuild them. And that's exactly what happened to me. I had a spiritual awakening about 11 years ago. I was homeless in New York about 11 years ago. 9 failures
in New York, you said?
Yeah. 9 failures in a row will do that to you.
Holy shit, bro.
Yeah. And then I had to ask,
should have came and crashed on my couch, man. Jesus Christ.
I was crashing. I wish I knew about your couch. I was crashing on a lot of dubious couches, let me tell you. And, I asked God for help. I submitted, and I was rewarded. And now here I am. So I started the world's biggest peer-to-peer platform, Paxful, about 10 years ago. And it was quite successful in that. It was about 450 people, bootstrapped, 88 million in revenue. And more importantly than the numbers is we got the first Bitcoin into the global South. This was a massive challenge. And I did that through a series of hacks. But then I had to leave that company. It was an American company. I just walked away, gave up all my shares. Had a big spat with my co-founder. I fired him because he was he wasn't right for the job, not properly motivated. And then he sued me. And then anyway, settled, and I walked away, gave up all my shares. I did right by that because, some people had never heard about that old company until it blew up in the news about the lawsuit and this, but I won a lot of respect because I did the work to make sure everyone's funds were safe when my co-founder sued me and wouldn't pay any of the engineers, and then they all left. I made sure everyone's money was safe. I stayed up for 11 straight days. So I want a lot of respect for that. But what I'm most proud of is that I actually did the boots on the ground work to get Bitcoin into the global South. And I was, I kept my whole platform Bitcoin only, not even stable coins, for like 6 years. And then I finally got into stable coins. I kicked Ethereum off our platform. I didn't believe all these token scams were helping, because I believe that we need as much momentum behind one clearing layer as possible. And then, early this year, something that won me the ire of the Bitcoin maxis. And I realized that the entire cult of maximalism was just that, a cult. And it was really a psyop by dark forces, CIA, MI5, MI6, Mossad, whatever. And I realized that when I looked around, and I was like, wait a minute, this is not the community that I remember. The technology, when I first read about peer-to-peer electronic cash, the Bitcoin white paper, I was like, wow, finally, peer-to-peer electronic cash, we can finally disrupt the rails. This is what I've been waiting for, because in all my peer-to-peer startups, you make a great website, you make a great product, but then, oh shit, I have to collect the money. And like my first startup was ringtone startup, right? It's like 14-year-olds don't want these ringtones. They don't have a debit card. They're unbanked. So how am I supposed to get money from them? I was like, oh, finally, peer-to-peer electronic cash. This is what I've been waiting for. But I was like, wait a minute. It's not about the tech. If this tech does work, and it seems like it does, it really is about the community. The community has to be mighty, has to be highly based and able to defend its boundaries for this to even work. So then I went out and I started going to the Bitcoin meetups. This was back in 2011. And I met the Bitcoiners, and they're a pretty quirky, aloof bunch, but they were cool and they were based and they had real belief. And I was like, okay, I'm all in on this. This is going to make it. And then I noticed early in the beginning of the year that's all gone. Now we just got a bunch of Michael Saylor fanboys, statists, and number go up clowns, and everyone's IQ literally went, to the bottom of the basement, man. The IQ of Bitcoin now, as on average, is lower than a limbo stick, bro. It's sad. And I was like, what the hell, man? And then I just went out and I called them all out. And I got attacked ceaselessly, but hey, man, I'm the war chief, bro. I don't give a damn. I went at them all, stood my ground, and I wrecked them all. But it's true. So now I'm looking at this. I'm saying, okay, Bitcoin has been hijacked and co-opted, but the mission continues. The mission does not end, my good man. I shall surely not rest until the great work is complete. So where are those with the strength to challenge the alliance? And man, I joined the Orcish Horde and the Monero community. Well,
oh yeah, you're gonna love Monerotopia, brother. You're gonna fit right in, man.
Holy crap! You are a freedom fighter, man.
Thank you, brother. I really am. I'm all about the resistance, and for every human, regardless of color, creed, or whatever, like we are all one body, and whenever part of our body's in pain, we should all be feeling it, and we should all make moves. And now we're in a very special place, brothers and sisters, because we are on like this pivotal point where it can go very bad or it can go very right. But to really excite us, like if we get this right, how's the world going to look like in the next 10 years? We can literally be living in paradise. We can live in a world where the best of us are taken to the top, those that work hardest, that have the most talent, and they do enough work to take care of everyone else. With the technology we have, everyone can be taken care of. We can have nice things again if we're not spending all our money blowing people up for no goddamn reason. And history has proven this. Everywhere from the 13 colonies of America, like you saw that a colonialist in America, this is like 250 years ago, had a better standard of living than an aristocrat in France. This is the truth. And King George wanted to know what's going on over here. And the secret was just colonial script, not backed by gold, silver, or anything, but just backed by work. And the currency was issued, the amount of currency was issued to be balanced out with the amount of potential work. And that's why they had prosperity. Once he made him take gold, the pound, which is backed by gold, there wasn't enough money in circulation to match the amount of potential work. And then you had 60% unemployment. And then that's why the war started. It wasn't about the price of tea, right? And there are other episodes throughout history that show us how fast we can literally fix things if we just get things right. So Bitcoin is not our vehicle for this anymore. It is completely co-opted technology. They have taken the narrative, and once you take the narrative, everything else will go. We will lose proof of work. We will lose the 21 Bitcoin limit. You already see them talking about it. Self-custody is being marginalized. Sailor's already getting into it. They got Peter Todd out there, that genocidal, ugly American clown that wants to bomb everyone. Now he's front and center. So, okay, fine. You can have that.
He was the speaker at Monerotopia last year, by the way. Would have been epic to have him this year, too.
Oh, my God, bro.
Would have made for a good panel.
Oh, yeah, man. I would just, the savagery I would show him be unparalleled, bro. I would rip him a new one, man. But look, Monero, they say Bitcoin is for our enemies. And Monero should be for our enemies too, man. Fuck our enemies, man. I'm not giving them shit. They will not get into this community. We must hold the line, my good man. And Monero has got the right spirit and the right stuff and the right tech. So I got some Monero now. I'm very happy in my little Monero stash. And
nice,
I'm
man.
excited to see what we can build together, brother. This is the true resistance.
Tell me, give us some more insights. Hey, what do you think happened with Bitcoin? Is it just that it's flawed, and because of its flaws, it was able to be co-opted? Is there something like more nefarious there in terms of like it was always kind of co-opted from day one? You don't have to get all conspiratorial on me, but like, what do you think really happened with Bitcoin? I think we agree it effectively has been co-opted, but how the hell did that happen? Like, is that the plan all along, or was it just the nature of the technology, the way it was built, and the nature of those that wanted to destroy it were able to just effectively take advantage of it?
No, I'm not going to say it was the plan all along, because that's a defeatist mentality. We don't need to get into that. That's for weaklings, right? So I don't care if it was the CIA made it, or the Archangel Gabriel, or some whoever, lone hacker. It doesn't matter. Good versus evil is always a battle of inches. They're going to look at every new technology and be like, okay, whatever. But then they see a community around it that gets it, that's educated, and that's really what scared them. Because we zeroed in on the source of the problem, which is that money is not backed up by work. It's a proof of weapons network, like Simon Dixon likes to say. 13 aircraft carrier battle groups are what keeps up the US dollar. Bitcoin is different. It's backed up by electricity and all the human work that is required to make it. That's the foundation of it. And the fundamentals were solid. The community was good. And it was starting to become a real medium of exchange. In the very beginning, it was all about that. Remember Pizza Day? Yeah, everyone make fun of that guy. Was he, blew 20,000 Bitcoin and 2 big old slices of pizza? But that's
he used Bitcoin.
He used Bitcoin, and he gave Bitcoin. He made it a store of value with that single transaction.
As long as he replenished it.
Yeah. Well, there doesn't. God bless him. He actually made Bitcoin a store of value. Because once it reached $1, that's it. It became a store of value. This whole argument that Bitcoin has to reach $1 million for it to be a store of value, just hold on. That's all a massive canard. So literally, of course, all of these dark 3-letter agencies got together. Their job in the beginning has been to make sure that everything the American people and thus the world knows is wrong, like exactly wrong. And they said, how are we going to short circuit this? They hit it with a FUD attack. Oh, it's not green. It's wasting too much electricity. That didn't work. Okay, we can't take on the proof of work. Now what's next? Well, okay, let's give Bitcoin the Jesus treatment. Let's build a cult around Bitcoin that literally worships Bitcoin as God and distracts people from the actual mission, the store of value. Let's pump up the price, take control of price discovery through all of our ancillary vehicles like BlackRock. And then that's it. We've got the narrative. We've got them choked in with the price, and we'll steer it away to just a store of value. So it becomes nothing but a pet rock. Hey, we can print the money up anyway, so who cares? Let them have their Bitcoin. Don't worry. In time, we're going to lock it down such that they can't even self-custody the Bitcoin. They won't be able to cash it out unless it's in the hands of our conventional institutions anyway. We got them. And that's exactly what's happened.
I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Please.
Go for it.
And you may not be able to answer this fully, and that's totally understandable. But with Paxful, were you ever afraid of being targeted? I mean, you had a domain that you had to register with most likely a real identity, and you ran this thing and you were public. So were you ever afraid of being taken down by a 3-letter agency, either assassinated or thrown in jail or anything like that?
Man, well, look, I had a choice to make. Either we run this as an American corporation or we do it offshore. So I chose to run it as an American corporation. It was a huge mistake. I was like, okay, we're going to go there. We're going to set up the best compliance program. And we did. We literally had 88 compliance people. Our compliance department was bigger than most banks. We spent a fortune on compliance. We led the entire industry in compliance in peer-to-peer. We had a better Green Lantern rating than Binance or Kraken. And still they were coming after us. Still the DOJ was sniffing up our assholes the entire time. At the time, I wasn't even aware, but I was like, they were busting all these local Bitcoin traders, putting them in jail. The DOJ was literally training local prosecutors on how to ensnare people, like that one guy.
And just tell us, right? Paxful was basically like a local Monero, right? Like a local Bitcoin.
Exactly. It was basically just a copy of local Bitcoins. It was more focused on getting Bitcoin into the global south as a means of exchange, especially with gift cards. Because gift cards were the world's first digital bearer asset. $140 billion a year economy. It makes perfect sense. That's how we used gift cards to get the first Bitcoin into Africa and the global south. It was a great hack. The local Bitcoins guys built an amazing thing, but they were thinking differently. So we were quite successful at that. And, we were complying with the law, over complying. It's American compliance is one of the worst things in the world, honestly. If, Chainalysis sends a severe alert. Oh, look, this guy got $20 from someone in Iran 3 years ago. You have to lock his whole account, freeze his funds, and not even give him a reason. It's against the law. But we did all that. But guess what? They were still coming after us. So eventually I decided, hey, let's shut this company down. There's no way we can serve the global South as an American company. And there's no way we can ever please these regulators. They're looking to make examples out of everyone, no matter how hard you try to comply, because peer-to-peer is the enemy. You know, with crypto and these shitcoin casinos, they don't care. It's peer-to-peer itself that is the enemy. That's what this whole thing is about. That's why, you know, products like your Monero Bazaar, it's a great thing. What they fear most are marketplaces that are sovereign, that anyone can use. That's why Ross Ulbricht got, you know, 2 life sentences plus 40 years. They were making an example out of him. So I tried to shut Paxful down. My co-founder sued me. Even though he agreed to shut it down, he sued me. He said, oh man, I'm not going to get my $200 million exit. And now this guy is selling everything he owns. He's dead broke, and he's going to be sentenced in a week or 2. So
really?
What can I say? Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. He pled to, what did he plead to? And I don't know why he pled to this. The guy's a moron. Conspiracy to not obey BSA, the Bank Secrecy Act. How can you conspire not to do something? It makes no sense whatsoever. You know, I think they had, you know, I don't know what happened with him. He's a complete fool. And I warned him. But look, there's no way any American company can truly serve the global South or ever disrupt finance. That is just 100%.
What do you think of Havino and other options like that that aren't a website that you can just go to?
I've heard of Havino. I haven't used it. Is that a marketplace too?
It's a decentralized exchange similar to Bisq.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bisq is a good product. It just needs some more UX love. I haven't tried the latest version of it, but all these projects are great. You know, they should all continue. But, you know, the hard work here is to actually make a decentralized marketplace friendly. That is extremely difficult. To do it in a completely decentralized manner is hard, because even if you manage to get a clean order book somehow, you know, and that's the first challenge, right? Like, who are the scammers? How do you filter out an order book such that the good actors can get on, the bad actors don't? How do you do that in a completely decentralized manner? Well, you need a great system of reputation. No one's really cracked that right. You know, you need a web of trust that is like a living, breathing, almost AI that can figure things out in real time. No one's done that. I've been trying to do that with CivKit. So, you know, I figured out a lot of stuff. But assuming you get past that hurdle, which is hard, there's an even bigger hurdle to get across of. And that is, to make a marketplace work, you essentially need, you need a decentralized court system. What happens when something goes wrong in a trade? You need a dispute arbitrator to come there and arbitrate on the dispute. How do you do that decentralized? You would essentially have to build a decentralized peer-to-peer court system of financial adjudicators and arbitrators. That's even harder than peer-to-peer electronic cash. I've done that twice in a centralized manner. So you'd have to build that in as well. Like all those platforms, Bisq, whatever, they have their own system of arbitrators. It's centralized. That's a part of it. So to do this in a completely decentralized manner, a marketplace is essentially the kernel of civilization. All the things that a marketplace needs, like reputation and the ID that goes with it, and the court system and the minting and issuance, that is essentially the kernel of civilization. It's like literally you have to build a civilization toolkit, which is what I call the project I was working on, CivKit. It's so fucking hard. And building it on Bitcoin and Lightning, man, that is a nightmare. Lightning is literally the worst fucking trash I've ever seen. Oh yeah, it works for buying a burrito, but if you actually try to build something with it, like do a Manhattan project for real with it, try to build a civilization kind of grade Manhattan project on it, it's total shit. It was actually engineered and designed to fail from the scratch. No one could be that stupid. So, long answer.
Tell us about the company you're running now. What No One's app? No One's,
yeah. So No One's is the world's first network state that's going to actually go all the way. Now, there's some bit of history here, right? Because Facebook tried to become a network state. They had 2 billion users, and all they needed was a payment system. And they tried to come out one with Libre, but guess what? The regulator shot it down. Now, that's pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, Facebook is, you know, a spook operation from start to finish. Why would they not want to have that kind of power? And I really thought about that for a while. And the smoke was coming out of my ears like, oh, well, it's simple. Because with 2 million users, most of them in the global South, if they could actually trade freely with each other, that would create tremendous wealth and commerce. And Uncle Sam doesn't want that. Even if he controls it, he doesn't want that. Look at Africa. It's a perfect example. The reason Africa is poor is not because African people have low IQ. Believe me, it's the exact opposite. The reason Africa is poor is because the banks don't work across border. The 55 states of Africa, none of them can send money to each other with bank account. Even the mobile money networks like M-Pesa, which Africa pioneered, they don't work across border, which is crazy. M-Pesa is the biggest mobile wallet in Kenya. It's in 7 different African countries. You can have a wallet in each one of them, and none of them talk to each other. And even Binance, think about it like this. When Binance got taken over by the United States, and that's exactly what happened, it's basically an American company now. The very first thing the compliance team did, the American compliance team, was they disabled Pan-African trade on Binance peer-to-peer, which CZ copied from my first company. Again, they took the exact model of economic apartheid and applied it to the crypto exchanges, which shows you that this is not a conspiracy theory. This is the reality. This is why the global South is poor. I'm sorry, I lost track of the question. What was your question again?
Original question just to tell us more about No Ones and how does it? How is it different than Paxful? What did you learn from Paxful that? And I think I kind of missed why did Paxful die? I know you had with the other co-founder you had the falling out, but how did he get caught up in these legal issues and whatnot? And
tell us more about that. I actually wanted to start, I actually voted, the board voted to shut the company down because I saw, and he agreed. And then he turned his, he went against that and he sued me in court to keep the company up because I kicked him out of the company. I fired him as well.
Okay.
Completely incompetent. And then I said, okay, let's shut it down and stay safe. We can't really comply here. And then he decided to sue me because he was thinking he could sell it for billions or whatever, the moron. And then it went through it was some great. You can read it, the Ray narrative on Bitcoin Magazine on their website. I wrote a whole story. It's a crazy story. He raided our office with 4 goons, tried to steal money, steal everyone's laptops, insane shit. But I kept everyone's money safe. And look, Paxful was just a peer-to-peer marketplace like local Bitcoins. That's not enough. Now, the marketplace is the kernel of a great platform. But what we need is a lot more than that. We need, not just a full cryptocurrency platform. Because Binance does a good job of that, except now it's in control of the spike, and it's being controlled by spooks. But we need a lot more than that. What we need to do now is to take the financial pillar and the information/media pillar at the same time. What we need is like a Binance plus a Telegram and X combined. And if it's not completely decentralized from the jump, it definitely needs to get there. And it needs to be run by people that are not beholden to these Western powers at all. I've never taken VC money in my life. I haven't taken any VC money for No One's. It's completely self-funded. And No One's is really the world's first peer-to-peer decentralized network state. Because Facebook tried to do it. It failed. And then Binance tried to do it. But first, they were just a shitcoin casino making a lot of money. It was CZ rode that ICO wave. Great for him. But it wasn't really threatening to the dark powers. But when CZ, really saw what I was doing in the global South, he said, hey, let's get all these on-ramps and off-ramps to the global South for our wallet. And he started doing that. And then he tried to buy out my platform, and I refused because I wanted to keep P2P. He was too centralized. I want to keep it as decentralized as possible, as many options as possible. He just copied it. And then he had a peer-to-peer marketplace and a universal wallet. Binance effectively became a network state. And then Uncle Sam said, hey, boy, slow down there, boy. And they went after him. They went after him because they cannot have a network state that they do not control. So Binance failed to do that. CZ made 2 mistakes. He didn't leave enough money on the table. And his ego got to him and he thought, hey, I can start Binance USA and I can make this all work. And it doesn't work that way, bro. There's a schism in the world right now, and you must pick a side. And I have picked a side. I'm with the Rebel Alliance. I'm with the Orcish Horde. And here I am building the world's first completely decentralized peer-to-peer network state. And that's what No One's is. Your money is no one's business. You can't stop no one, right? There's no one's to stop. If you read our privacy policy, the very first line you're going to read is no big brother. Fuck you, big brother. And it's not a privacy, portal like Binance with literally 300 pages of legalese. It's 7 bullet points. We want as little data on you as possible, so we have as little to give away as possible. But honestly, every single government agency that's come to us says, hey, we want information on all your users. Like India, they said, we need all the info on your user base, otherwise we'll block you. I told them, you go ahead and block us. we're not giving you anything on our user base. And I challenge you to find any other company out there or any other team that's willing to do that. We protect our people. That's one of the biggest differences about us. And we're completely transparent. Radical transparency is one of our values. We have only 3 of them, not like 20, like some like Goldman Sachs. My CEO dashboard is public. You can go and see everything I see, all the health and the stats on our company right on our homepage. You can go there, click CEO dashboard, and you'll see everything I see. There's no other company in the world that does that. Plus, we have a radical philosophy when it comes to profits. We believe that everyone eats, not just the people that started the company or the executives at the top. Everyone eats. 50% of our profits go back to our community through our referral program, through cashbacks, through the educational efforts we did. Like I built 13 schools in Africa and around the global South. We also have given away, and with no one's, about over $2 million worth to Gaza since this whole genocide began. That's like a Bugatti and 2 Lambos already. We have actually sent there through direct P2P donations, most of which came from me and no one's. There's no other company in the world. So if you trade on our platform, you get to suck up all that good karma. And I am literally the only CEO probably in the world, definitely in all of fintech, that has spoken out for the most oppressed people in the world, that has defended baseline morality. That alone shows people who I am. I am sticking my neck out. In fact, I think probably next week, no one's going to sanction Israel. Just kick them all off the platform, man. Yes. There's no one out there doing that. No one out there is willing to stick their necks out. So there's a lot that makes us different, brother, but it all starts with the CEO. In fact, I don't really like the term CEO. It's some fancy Silicon Valley term. I like the term chief advocate, because that's what the man on the top should be, someone that advocates for everyone around you. But even that's not sufficient these days, my good man. If you really want to make a change, you've got to be a leader of the resistance. So you call me War Chief.
Tell me more about, so how is it functioning? So when you say peer-to-peer, is there any escrow involved? People are, it's basically like, it's like a local Bitcoin, a local Monero, correct? What is the tech going on behind the scenes when if I go on there and buy Bitcoin, is there any escrow? Is there multi-sig? How's it all function?
Yeah, no one's is like it's a full-on cryptocurrency platform, man. It's got, peer-to-peer marketplace like Baxful and Binance peer-to-peer and local Bitcoins. We have a spot exchange. We have an amazing wallet. We have a debit card. We have mobile top-ups. We just launched our own No One's gift card, which is like the #2 gift card in the world in cryptocurrency. After just a week, it's completely blown up. We're going to be really pioneering gift cards as a means of exchange and value transfer. It's a $140 billion a year economy. So No One's is a full-on platform, full-on, and we'll be launching.
Right. But kind of like how does your local Bitcoin feature work? For people that are buying Bitcoin on their peer-to-peer, how is that effectively working? It's just
it's simple. On a peer-to-peer marketplace, you can buy Bitcoin crypto from other people, right? You don't buy from us, although we start trading on our own platform, but you can buy from anyone else. So you can say, hey, I'm a guy in Malawi. I want to buy my first crypto with a mobile money transfer. And you'll go, is anyone here selling crypto in Malawi? Yeah, there's a guy selling USDT for mobile money. Oh, great. So you start a trade with him. He's taking whatever it is, 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever it is, depends on the market price. You start a trade with him, and then his Bitcoin or his crypto goes into escrow. So
that's what I'm getting at. So it goes into escrow. So you guys have
it's an escrow product, yeah.
Okay.
And then because the money is there, the crypto is there in our escrow, which we're a trusted brand. You send first. So he says, here's my number, send me the mobile money. You send the mobile money. Oh, I got it. He releases the escrow. It goes to your wallet on No One's. You're in business. You can send it out. You can buy any other crypto you want on there. You can do a swap. You can get a virtual Visa debit card. You can do a mobile top up. You can do anything within our ecosystem at that point. And if you want to sell the crypto, you can. Because what a lot of people do is they'll buy their first crypto and they'll want to become vendors. They'll want to leverage arbitrage to make profit in this game. And it changes lives, man. Peer-to-peer crypto is how all of these big whales made their money. They didn't make their money by, betting on the first shitcoin and getting lucky. First, they set up a cash flow. a system, and they all did it with peer-to-peer. This is the biggest secret in crypto. They all did it. Then some guys will just put up 2 offers. They'll buy crypto low for one payment method, and then they'll set it higher for a couple of percentage points with another payment method. They'll build up their float, and within a couple of months, they've got like 6 people on their staff, and they were unemployed students before, and they'll do it all from their mobile phone, in their underwear, in their bedroom. This is how peer-to-peer works. It's an amazing product. I'll give you some examples.
I love it. Go ahead.
I'll give you some examples. Like, this is good to understand. So here's a remittance example that I thought was brilliant. You know, I was in Berlin, and one of my friends is a Kenyan school teacher, very charming lady, and she teaches preschool in Berlin. And she told me she sends 1,000 euros every 2 weeks to her sister in Nairobi. And I asked her, how do you do that? Oh, Western Union, they charge 20% for that particular route, which is a lot. But the real bitch was that her sister had to go, to this office, wait online. It takes 2 days to clear, collect the cash, and then she had to take it, do the thing. So, all right, I was like, okay, well, did your sister have M-Pesa? It's the biggest mobile wallet in Kenya, and the first, really. And she's like, of course, everyone in Kenya has it. I told her to give me her sister's M-Pesa mobile number. And then I went on to, the platform, went on to no one's, and I saw the marketplace. I was like, okay, is anyone in Kenya wanting to buy crypto, right, with mobile money? And yes, there was a whole bunch of people. And the guy at the top was willing to pay 4% over market price because crypto is more scarce in Kenya, and people are willing to pay more for it, especially if you can just buy it with a mobile money transfer, like locally. I was like, okay, freaking awesome. So I started a trade with him. My crypto went into escrow. And, then I told him, okay, here's the number. And he said, okay, I sent it. And then my friend got a message from her sister, and she's like, hey, where did this money come from? I literally I put 100 euros of crypto up, and he sent 104 euros worth of Kenyan shillings to her sister's mobile phone. So I got, instead of losing 20%, I made plus 4%. And my friend was like, that's amazing. Can I do it? I'm like, of course. Yeah, I showed her how to do it. And she's like, can I keep doing this like more than once? And I'm like, yeah, this guy has my friend, she built her own little Western Union for all of her Kenyan school teacher friends teaching with her at her school. So now instead of them all paying 20%, they pay my friend 5%. She pockets that 5% profit for herself plus the 4% from that guy's price. She's making 9% profit. And all her friends and family get the money right on their mobile money, which they can spend right away to even buy a latte in Nairobi or wherever. And everyone wins except Western Union. That's the power of peer-to-peer. I showed my friend how to leverage arbitrage, and she literally started her own little remittance business. It's amazing.
Now, how are you guys handling the legality of running the escrow and whatnot? Like we saw local Monero recently shut down. We don't have complete clarity as to why they did it. They used an escrow system that was they tried to get around it, arguing it wasn't really a centralized escrow system, but effectively they were using it wasn't multi-sig. How are you guys dealing with that, or is it just because of where you're incorporated? I mean, how are you guys working with that, or do you have licenses?
We're regulated offshore, but we have a license here in the UAE out of Dubai, and it's a great license. But honestly, if you stay out of the United States, you don't need a license. We don't touch the United States. We don't want anything to do. We sanction the United States. And there's Israel. Forget these guys. You don't need them. There is no real license for this kind of thing. If you think about what it is, it's Hawala. It's Hawala. Hawala is a 1,400-year-old peer-to-peer system, right? And it started for the same reason that we have all this now, because back then the Roman Empire did not allow agency. They didn't allow third-party transfers. So how are you supposed to run a multinational trading business if you can't do third-party transfers? You have to be everywhere yourself. So what happened was the Muslims got together and said, hey, we have a trust network with ourselves. You have your cousin, Ahmed in Pakistan. I want him to send some money to this guy, and me and you will set up between each other. They were able to do this because, they had a trust network between themselves, because they had this sacred book, the Quran, which has never been changed, kind of the world's first immutable ledger. But now we have blockchain technology, right? Another immutable ledger that anyone can use, regardless of their religious affiliation. And that's all this is. It is an extension of Hawala. Central banks
Right.
does not
Yeah,
like.
but obviously, if you were to do that in the U.S., you'd be labeled. If you're doing escrow in the U.S. and running a local Monero, local Bitcoin system, and you're holding the crypto and then passing it on to somebody else, you'd be labeled a money transmitter or conspiracy to commit money laundering, right? Like in the U.S.
It doesn't matter how you do it. You can do it with multi-sig.
Right.
You could do it with they will come after you. It doesn't matter. They can indict a ham sandwich.
No,
So
I know. I obviously, I mean, we could talk more in person as well. I'm curious what advice you'd have for running XMR Bazaar, what we're doing with that. I mean, we're trying to keep that as purely peer-to-peer as possible. No fees are taken on any transactions, so there can't be that argument there. And any trades that are happening with somebody's perhaps selling like gold for crypto, they're using multi-sig escrow. No, it's not a centralized escrow system. But yeah, I'd be curious what your advice might be with regards to how we structure it.
Yeah, we'll stay out of the United States for one, and there's nothing wrong with taking fees because then you can provide good service. People are not going to do big transactions unless they know there's some recourse if something goes wrong in a trade, and these are, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to structure it where the fees come from people paying for promoted ads, promoted listings, right? We're really trying to frame it as a Craigslist, right? And structure it that way. I mean, I'm in the U.S. It's in the U.S., right? And my understanding is it's perfectly legal as is. Look at that.
my man, get the hell out of there, bro. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as legal. Like I started my first company, Paxful, regulate. In fact, Bitcoin wasn't even considered money at the time. It was considered a digital asset. So all the lawyers I talked to said, hey, it's not money. And in fact, 30 of the 51 states that we went to said, you don't need a money transmitter license for this, But the 20 said we needed it. Okay, so we got it. And we got an MSB and we had a huge and it doesn't matter. None of that matters. Peer-to-peer is the enemy. Operation Chokehold.
Yeah.
1.0, 2.0, 3.0. There's going to be as many revisions of it as possible. So you're not in friendly waters, man.
No, I know that. But, I'm also, a patriot, man. I want the U.S. to be what it was meant to be, what the founding, what we were talking about at the beginning, at the outset, right? I'm trying to bring us back there.
I feel you, man. I was also a patriot, but bro, that battle is lost, man. I hate to tell you, man. I'm sorry, bro. Just get the fuck out of here. Next show's great, man. Just bail, bro. Just bail, man. Just get out of here.
And I'm in New York, man. I'm in New York. But as far it's perfectly legal to buy and sell goods and services for Monero here in New York. Can you get Monero on an exchange? No. But can the pizza shop accept Monero for payment? Absolutely. It's cash. That hasn't changed. And so XMR Bazaar is just peer-to-peer marketplace, putting together buyers and sellers of legal goods and services, and they're choosing to use Monero for those purposes.
Yeah. So the difference between like XMR Bazaar and what looks like Paxful and possibly no one's is that at least those two have like an exchange functionality, where XMR Bazaar is specifically for goods and services. So you buy like your space heater or your coffee table or your coffee pot or your toaster on XMR Bazaar versus actually trading currencies back and forth.
Although people are inevitably going to start doing that on there, right? And then it's like we have to, and they've been doing a little bit of that, right? They've been selling gold backs on there, gold coins, right? Like I've seen people do dollars for it as well. But purely peer-to-peer, right? Just connecting two people together, and it's up to them to make the trade. But Ray knows this business better than anyone, that's for sure. So, nodding his head over there. We got to talk in person, man. We got to talk in person as well. Obviously, I think you and I, when we're given a microphone, we just talk the truth without any censorship. But sometimes it's good to have conversations offline as well.
Absolutely, brother. And I'll tell you the same thing I'm telling you here, man. You're in the wrong place, man. There's no way to do that right over there, because if you are successful, like you build up massive momentum,
right, then you're a target. Yeah.
Oh, massively. They're going to find a way to come at you, bro. They're going to be like, hey, man, you raped some tranny midget in Idaho 10 years ago. I don't know.
You did. I know. You were right. But yeah, we'll figure that out. You know, that's stage 2. After the conference, I'll figure that out. Our servers are outside of the US, but I'll also figure out legally, like, kind of incorporating outside of the US.
Most important is that you yourself, if you're involved with this project at all, are outside the US.
And preferably somewhere near you, perhaps, or other liberty-loving people, right?
Absolutely.
You need I know, man. It's scary. It's scary times, but I'm sure you're driven by this, right? You're driven by this desire to disrupt, right? I mean, where does that drive come from? Obviously, you started off as an entrepreneur, but where all your and you realized early on the need for digital cash, but it very much feels like you're very liberty driven. Where, tell us more about that, like your philosophy and how, like, where you find the motivation to do the stuff that you do, the stuff that you're working on.
Yeah, so the journey is always in 3 phases. First you realize, hey, this system is completely broken. Like, as an entrepreneur, I saw that, like, billing just doesn't work, especially for, people that are unbanked, underbanked, whether they're young, whether they're born in Africa with the wrong passport or whatever it is, something is clearly broken here. The utility is busted. As a simple businessman or a technician engineer, you see that. But then you start to go deeper. Then you start to fall down the rabbit hole. And then you start to read up, right, on the history of central banking and usury. And then you see, wait a minute, it's not actually broken. It's working exactly as designed. There's literally a blanket of economic apartheid that covers the whole world. Whether you're overbanked in the West, and they want to know, hey, what are you taking out $2,000 for? Doesn't matter if it's your grandma. If she wants to buy some new dentures, they're going to ask, right? Or if you're someone that was born in Egypt or Nigeria, you are literally locked in a prison of money. Your money cannot move around. It's easier for you to move your body around than it is for you to move your money around. That is by design. And you go deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole and you realize, wait a minute, this is indeed a grand conspiracy. And it's not just money that's been corrupted. It's all of our history. It's our medicine, even science, everything. And once you come to that realization, you realize you're up against some ancient evil, some comic book shit. I went from being an atheist to looking at all this evidence and being like, darn, this is real bad. Humanity needs a break over here. I want to help this fight, but unless you're spiritually grounded, you're not going to be able to carry that fight on. He'll just disappear and he tried to find recuperation and respite in alcohol and OnlyFans and whatever vices are there. That is not the path to victory. So I had a spiritual awakening. I became, someone that was spiritually centered. I became a Muslim. I realized, this is the one true faith. That's why they hate it so much. Did my research and I said, all right, I know the path. Am I going to be content with just knowing the path, or will I walk the path? As Morpheus said, the same thing in the Matrix, right? So I said, I'm going to walk the path, and that's what's given me the strength, that alone, to do this. I actually do my prayers every single day, 5 times a day. And man, I'm ready to do this, bro, because I only fear God. That's just the way it has to be. If you're not on that grounding, you're not going to carry through to the finish line. It doesn't matter how smart you are or how much money you have. It just doesn't matter. All that matters is that you're doing this for the right reasons. We are living in a hologram, and we are here to be tested in the intention of our deeds. And the prize is eternal life in the best possible place. And I want 7th heaven, bro. I'm not going to settle for anything less. Right.
I'm entering the same place in a different form, but I think it is kind of the natural path of everyone, right? When you realize it's ultimately a battle of good versus evil on a very deep level. Private tip 16 cents. Thank you very much for that. We do have actually a Monero super chat question. We have 202 live viewers. Guys, like and share, retweet, get the word out. Oh, so yeah, I was saying before, guys, if you want to help with the Monerotopia conference, go ahead and post it around the internet and post a link to it here, and I'll tip you for that. Somebody do it. Let's see. Somebody put up a post anywhere on Reddit, some forum. Go write up some blurb about Monerotopia conference. Come back here, report it, and I will give you a tip. Let's see if we could put the Monero community to work. I'm trying to get the people going, man. Get the people, like, it's. I keep trying to express this idea that it's up to us, right? Nobody's out there spreading Monero for us, right? Like Shortwave was saying, the algorithms aren't picking up Monero content and spewing it out to the normies. Like, we literally have to build this thing grassroots. Any comment on that general concept?
Absolutely, 100%. It's all about the community. Like, who gives a damn about the software? And this is what frustrates me about the Bitcoin. It's like, oh, software still works. What's the problem? What are you so worried about? It was the grassroots effort of millions of people around the world that made Bitcoin what it is. And now we have surrendered the narrative, and we are trusting in Larry Fink and Michael Saylor to make that number go up and give us a nice, trust fund. That's capitulation. And once you've capitulated spiritually and intellectually, emotionally like that, you're going to lose everything. So yes, keep fighting. It's a battle of inches, and every single one of us has an effect. This is what we have to do. It's all about the community. The technology is meaningless. It's about the people and how they're driving things forward. And it's about the narrative. We can never lose sight of the narrative. If Monero hits $1 million, okay, great. We can never surrender our principles here. And in fact, we don't want it to hit $1 million because the more expensive it is, the less it'll be used as a medium of exchange. That's how they got us in Bitcoin land here. We really have to be centered here, man. This is about making the money flow. That is literally everything. When money flows, people get wealthy. Look at Africa. I sponsored a golf tournament in Nairobi right before the protests in Kenya broke out. And our team won. And I asked them all a simple question. I said, okay, how many of you have a business here? And they said, oh, all of them had a business. And how many of you have a non-local business? Almost all of them raised their hands. And I asked them a simple question. How much business are you losing because you cannot accept payments from the other 54 states of Africa? And they all said the same, a lot. Oh my goodness, a lot. If they could just accept payments from the other countries in Africa, they would be making at least 10 times more money, 10 times. 10 times more money means 10 times more jobs. Just allowing Pan-African trade would literally fix all of Africa's problems basically overnight. Basically, that's all it takes. We don't have to send them aid. We don't have to send them, bread. None of that is necessary. And this system is kept from, manifesting itself through a heavily enforced system of economic apartheid. Africa is the most overregulated region in the world. And the West is also overregulated in a lot of ways as well. We're all overbanked in the West. We can't do anything with our banks lifting up our asses. So once we win this thing, guys, once we actually get that money to flow, all the problems will fix themselves because wealth will be created, because more jobs will be created, because more work will be done. This is the world I'm fighting for. And I'm so confident about it because I know my history. I know the forbidden history that we are not taught in schools. I have a library here in my place of about 60 banned books, things you can't talk about. But those are the things that define the war chief. Here I am.
And the war chief will be live in Mexico City. Very excited for that. Let me go ahead and quickly play a Monerotopia ad here. We're at 204 live viewers. We'll come back. I'll have another question or two for Ray. Bawdy wants to ask him about his thoughts on Tether. And then I also want to ask Ray about whether or not we'll see Monero on No One's app. But here we go.
Are you interested in privacy, freedom, technology, and Monero? Come to the conference that has it all, Monerotopia 2024. Join us in our world class of cypherpunk speakers to discuss all things freedom. Engage in the Monero circular economy. Go shopping at the open-air Monero marketplace. Join a workshop. Enter a hackathon. Opt out of dystopia and into Monerotopia at Puerto Roma Verde, Mexico City, Mexico, November 14th through 17th. For only one easy payment of $89 for general admission, or get the VIP ticket for one easy payment of $249, payable in Monero, and enjoy discounted drinks at the bar and dinner with the speakers. Get your tickets now while supplies last. This deal won't last forever. Get your tickets now at Monerotopia.com. Enter promo code 1-800-MONEROTOPIA to get 10% off your order.
All right. Privacy OG tipped 25 cents. I love the way Ray thinks. Ray, you got a lot of Monero fans out here. Not Nihilist tipped $1.23. After all, why should you need someone else's approval to send or receive money? They should never had the power to begin with. Only the individual is fit to decide where his money should go. Wishing you guys all the best for Monerotopia 2024. Yeah, for sure. That was the promise of crypto, right? But let me jump up to Bawdy's question over here. What does Ray think about Tether, their mode of operation, and their associations?
Well, look, Tether has done an amazing job of becoming a medium of exchange for the global south. Okay, great. Props to them for that. Tether is also like a huge medium of exchange in places like Iran. It's the best kept secret of Tether and the best kept secret of Iran. I'm like, golly, how is that even possible? How is it that the spooks haven't shut these guys down? I even asked Paolo this, Arduino of Tether, on a meeting. And he's like, well, we practice compliance and we answer, subpoenas and all that. I'm like, okay. Well, look, the US dollar, they buy these 3-month T-bills. They're the only ones buying these 3-month T-bills. Because China and everyone else wants to dump them. So America's letting this happen because it gets the dollar, into the global south and increases, demand for the dollar. So they're playing this balancing act, but essentially, they can take Tether anytime they want. They can put all these guys in jail. They've got them by the balls, just like they've got Binance by the balls. No one's going to say no to Uncle Sam. So Tether is not something we can put our trust in for the long run. Absolutely not. But hey, they're getting the money to flow around the global south. We'll take it for now, but we need more. And in fact, what is more? Whatever the states have made illegal is what exactly we have to do. Like, in Wyoming, they passed a law against algorithmic stablecoins. Cynthia Loomis, who I met, seems like a great lady, but man, algorithmic stablecoins are now a bad thing. So that's what we got to do. We need something that gets us off Tether because, again, it's the US dollar. The US dollar is not our friend. Yeah. The US dollar was keeping all this murder, death, and destruction and carnage going. So that's why I kept Bitcoin only for so long. I even rejected stable coins, because we need a clearing layer that is not the US dollar. And if you think BRICS is going to come to the rescue, it's not, because, there is an internal situation within BRICS where, the Chinese are trying to push this, BRICS money, but 80% of it would be controlled by China because that's how big their economy is. The Russians aren't going to accept that. They're scared shitless of that. So we can't expect BRICS to come to our rescue. It's up to us, the hackers, the coders, the builders, the evangelizers, and the educators in communities just like Monero to do the job. No nation come to our rescue.
I find Tether to be disturbing as well, because of the fact that it can be frozen just very easily. USDC, Tether, all these coins can be frozen and you can't do anything about it. Nope. DAI seems to be the only option for a stable coin that isn't freezable. And even they tried to rebrand as Sky and relaunch some sort of new contract that would let them freeze things. And I guess the community just had outrage about it. And it's like, why would like people in Africa and Iran and people like that use Tether when it can be frozen versus something like DAI that can't be?
Well, only liquidity, man. Only liquidity. That's it. People want, something that has a lot of, liquidity. They don't really see that threat, because they're not big enough. But yes, Tether has been freezing based on subpoenas from America, China, whoever the fuck, it is not decentralized. So I agree with you 100%.
We got a tip from Monero Wow, tip 16 cents. Was excited to attend Monerotopia virtually as I wouldn't be able to visit on the other side of the world, but just checked and the virtual tickets cost the same as the physical ones, which are a tad too expensive. Yeah, we it's because the physical tickets are so cheap. It's not that the virtual ones are expensive. We keep the physical ones as cheap as possible because we want to push people to attending in person. So that's why we're trying to prompt you to do that. But yeah, there's what's that?
Don't tell Doug, but I have a secret for you. If you go to the Monerotopia website and click on the virtual ticket and add it to your cart, and then in the promo box, you type in TCV, Tony Charlie Victor 24, you get 20% off and not 10% off. Don't tell Doug I told you that, though.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth, brother. Yeah, so TCV 24 gets you 20% off because the Crypto Vigilante is helping us get the word out on this virtual conference. And by supporting the virtual conference, you're just supporting the conference, guys. We put a lot of effort, a lot of money goes into this. So you can think of it that way. You're helping grow Monerotopia, and if it is too much, all the videos obviously are going to get released publicly on the YouTube channel. It's just going to take us, a couple of weeks to release, sometimes months to get them all out. But that all the talks will be out there. We'll put them all up for free on our YouTube channel. But if you want to participate live, ask questions live during the conference, we do ask you support us by buying the virtual conference ticket. What else we got? Any other shortwave? You got any other questions for Ray? Well, here we go. Hold on. I got an important question I want to ask him. Anon tipped $1. If Ray is a horde orc, Monero is the battle axe, they make a great combo.
Well, they surely do, man. In fact, Garrosh Hellscream's battle axe it's called the Gore Howl. I'm getting two life-size versions of it. They weigh 17 pounds each, man. I'm gonna be training with one in each hand, like a true war chief, bro. I'm not fucking around, man. Oh no, there's no Vitalik bullshit over here, bro. We coming in jacked, ripped, and mean as fuck. It's the only way to win.
This guy is real right here. You can just
we need to somehow incorporate this element into Monerotopia, man. The training for the revolution aspect, right? Let's see it, bro. Let's see.
Fight alongside your war chief.
Monero axe fighting match. So you put two guys in a ring with axes and let them fight each other.
Ray, I wanted to ask you, Monero, are you guys adding Monero to no one so that people can purchase Monero peer-to-peer? What's going on with that?
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. In fact, look, if I could slap my fingers right now, we'd add Monero, BCH, Litecoin, Nano, all that stuff. We don't have unlimited resources, man. So, we're working really hard right now to really build out our whole gift card side and also, really polish the platform, the UX. But yes, I'm prioritizing all of that. Like Monero, definitely, Zcash, BCH, Litecoin. We want to add all of that. In fact, it's on our spot exchange. We're just not on our wallet right now. So we're working to fix that. Give us some time. I promise you. We haven't forgotten about you guys. We want to do all right. Yeah. Small team right now, so we're working hard, believe me.
We need those on-ramps, off-ramps, man, especially for Monero. As you know, it's being delisted everywhere. I mean, what is your take on that? The fact that Monero is clearly enemy number one in terms of what the state is most concerned about.
It means we're on the right track. We're hovering right above the target. I mean, that's why everyone should get Monero. If you're a real Bitcoiner, then you should be knee-deep in Monero right now, neck-deep in Monero right now. Everyone out there that's listening, Monero is the new Bitcoin. It's where Bitcoin was in like 2011. The community has the same spark, the same energy, the same values, and the same fight in them. That's where we need to be. The wave, let's ride this new wave, man. Was that old wave? It's Mr. Fink. You don't want to be riding that wave with Mr. Fink. He's going to put a hole in the boat, man. In fact, he already has. That ship has already sunk. So get on the
ride, Mr. Fink.
Lesson of the day. A lot of lessons here. Ray, man, this has been awesome. I know you're a busy guy. Greatly appreciate you taking the time with us and coming down to Monerotopia in person. That's a ton of value is going to come out of that. You being there and then just being able to converse with the Monero people face to face. I think you're going to get a lot of value out of this. And I know we'll definitely get a lot of value out of it. So greatly appreciate you taking the time.
It's a long flight, but I'm there, God willing.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Please stick around if you can. We're going to do the price report. If you can stick around for a minute, I know Bawdy always asks a good question or two. If you can hang out for him, I'm going to bring him up right now. If you can't, I understand. Let me go ahead.
Yeah.
What's that?
I'll hang out for a couple of minutes. Yeah.
All right. Let me go ahead. We're gonna bring Bawdy up right now with the price report, and if Bawdy has a question or two, you can go ahead and ask Ray. Here we go.
Sure.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right.
Hello.
Bawdy over here. Bawdy, what's going on, brother?
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe if you had a question or two for Ray, if you want to go ahead and ask, please do.
And I guess I didn't. I was just really enjoying listening to his perspective, and I didn't know that you were so involved this early on, like with crypto. Oh, I did have a question about PaxG. I mean, I know that it's a totally different platform than when you were involved, but do you have any thoughts on Pax Gold, PaxG as a token?
I don't know much about it, but if they can make a gold-backed token work, why not? But again, where is this company incorporated out of Singapore? Do you really trust these guys? How decentralized is it? Are they just trying to make money?
Sorry. Sound loop on my soundboard. I was trying to share my charts.
Okay. Very apropos there. I like that.
Make money, make money, make money. That was a great place just to stop for the price report. I didn't do that one on purpose.
You guys got to give me that clip, man. That's a good one.
I just make money on accident, on a loop. It's just continuous.
Join the war chief and just make money, make money, make money. Make money. That's our new thing. Instead of hodl, we're just Monero's new thing. You just make money, make money, make money.
We should get Crypto Bear. He could take that, make money, make money, make money, and make a rap out of it.
Yeah. Oh, the comments are lighting it up. Make money. Everyone's making money, man. Yeah. That's what P2P is all about. You make money because the money flows. When money flows, money is made because work is done. And that's all money is work. These are the core lessons. We have to know what money actually is. All it is just human work encapsulated to transcend time and space. What a glorious invention. It's a beautiful thing. And we as believers should not have any guilt about money at all. God, Allah, wants us to have money. He wants us to have resources. He wants us to work, to not be idle. Money is awesome. Business is awesome. And we're in the money business. And there's no business like the money business. All right. I'll let you guys
I don't know if you want to answer a question like this. What does Ray think of Andrew Tate? I don't know if that's something you want to, if that's a road you want to go down. We usually keep it, crypto based, but.
Yo, that dude blocked me, bro. He blocked me, man. This guy blocked me, man. I'm like, why? I don't really have any interaction with this dude except challenging him to a drag race before he got taken off to jail. Man, this dude blocked me for one simple reason. Because I am the true war chief. All others are imposters, man. He's driving around in a game-ass Bugatti with a bunch of skanky fucking hoes, bro. I'm driving around in my Mini Cooper. Man, I'm hot as fuck. My smile is fucking priceless. I send a Bugatti and 2 Lambos over to Gaza. I don't mess around with hoes, bro. I wake up every day on time, 5 o'clock in the morning to do my prayers, bro. I'm living it like that. The real war chief, bro. And he knows this. He feels this. Compared to me, the true war chief, all others are merely imposters. I'm clenching my fist real tight.
Ray, man, thank you so much, brother. We'll see you down in Mexico. Very excited to have you. If you can, please try to spread the word to your people. I know you have a tremendous community. If you get the word out about the conference, just so they know what's happening, they can see the talk, see the speakers. Even if they can't make it in person, they'll eventually find the content. We'll put it all out there for free eventually.
Oh, definitely, brother. You guys got a great community. You have my full support. You're truly the heroes of the resistance. Keep going. I'm with you 100%. I'll help any way I can. And just remember, we are destined to win, and we will win, and it will be glorious, truly glorious. Peace and love.
Thank you, Ray. Peace. Cheers, man. Nice meeting you. Excited to meet you in person. Adios. All right. Bawdy, yeah, go ahead. Take it away with the price.
Great guest.
Yeah. I'm super excited that he is participating in Monerotopia, coming all the way over. I mean, that's a big trip for him. Very excited that he sees value in hanging out with us.
Yeah, I'm excited. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to meet him and chat with him. Sounds like a bro, sounds like a bro at heart, which I think is a good thing. All right, so we're looking here at the Monero chart. We've had some price troubles. In fact, everybody this week had some price troubles. So yeah, we'll get around to all that. But yeah, we're trying to hold the line on the stablecoin level here, the 150 level, which I'm not enjoying that too much, particularly because I was actually hoping to enjoy some time here at the upper standard deviations at the 170 level. But what are you going to do? That's just sort of how the market's unfolded. I didn't like how Monero pulled back with the rest of the market. I thought that was I thought it was a little bit of bullshit. But yeah, what are you going to do? Like we have this kind of stable price level, and when you have moving averages that are this long and a price that has maintained this kind of stability for this kind of time period, like if we go to the weekly here, you'll see it. Let's not go to the weekly. Let's go to the 2-day chart so that we can see the lines a lot better. Yeah, when you see here that we've been at this level on average, the moving average here is sitting at 150 for like 2 years now. 2 years going on 3 years, maybe. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be naturally attracted back to that moving average. In fact, that's really the way that you should think about moving averages in a primary sense. It is a natural magnet for price to return to. So right now we're in order for us to break out, we kind of have to contend with that. So I guess, at some point this thing, Monero is going to break towards the upside. One of these days, one of these years at Monerotopia, one of us is going to be close, whether me, Tux, or Doug, where one of us is going to get close to the price. But we need a pretty good pump here in the next 12 days. I'm starting to wonder if that pump is not going to be forthcoming. And maybe we just need to move these lines somewhere down here. That could be a legitimate possibility, guys, and we'll talk about why that is. But effectively, it looks like we might be at the beginning of this crash sequence thingy. It might be incipient. It might be ever so slightly early to call that, but the very earliest inklings of the beginnings of what might be a real crash showed up this week. So we'll take a look at that in a little bit later. There we go. Okay. Okay, and then the Monero versus Bitcoin price. I guess I was like totally wrong on this chart. I said I felt like it wanted to go to the upside. I was wrong. It wanted to go to the downside. And now there's no two ways about it. It unfortunately does look like this chart is going to want to play with that lower standard deviation level. It's not an unsurprising thing from the perspective of wave magic, just the TA analysis, the standard deviation clusters analysis, which I colloquially call wave magic. Actually, gonna credit Juan Galt with that one. He was on your show, I think 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday. Yeah, gonna credit Juan Galt. He actually took a look at this and he's like, "Bro, this is wavy magicness. It's wave magic." So he actually gets credit for naming these charts. Anyways, because yeah, that sounds a lot cooler than Bollinger Bands. And being a bro myself, I feel like you've got to name things in a cool fashion, make them catchy. Anyways, it feels like the Monero versus Bitcoin chart wants to explore the lower standard deviation areas, which I think is unfortunate. But that's typically how wave magic charts behave. That's typically how the clusters of standard deviations behave. Once you get a big breakdown from major levels, like we saw here, right? These lower standard deviation levels. Once you break that down and then you form a new interim bottom, before you can go up, you usually want to challenge some major areas, like happened here, right? This is the like very, very, very long-term lower standard deviations. But you typically end up challenging somewhere in the lower standard deviations that got broken down. And then you have to make a return trip and establish the lower area down there. Classic wave magic action. So unfortunately, I don't see necessarily any positive movement in the near term for the Monero versus Bitcoin ratio. But let's also put it on the record that my ability to call Monero's price movements is not nearly as proven or good as my ability to call macro kind of stuff, macro movements. So I think I have So, I mean, one, there's like a level of fuckery that Monero especially gets attention from the deep state and from the cabal, but two, I kind of have my own like emotional hang-ups about it, which is why I try not to trade Monero at all, and I try and just like use it and like I say, I spend it and then I retop my bags up, and then I spend it and then I retop my bags up. So, yep, maybe I need to earn it, right? Maybe I need to sell something. Maybe I need to sell Wave Magic for Monero. Wow, look at the price divergences. Poloniex has decided to go down -2% from the rest of the exchange complex, at least from Kraken at a minimum. So I don't know what Justin Sun is up to, but maybe he needs to get his shit together and stop fucking with Monero's price on his exchange. Not that anyone's actually trading any real Monero. It's all wash trading, probably. Like, I just, maybe not. Like, maybe he got some of his friends and they're trading Monero on that exchange, whatever. And, he doesn't mess with his friends. Who knows? Whatever. Not going to speculate too far on that. Let's take a look at the Monero market cap dominance as a whole. This chart is looking ever so slightly better than the Bitcoin versus Monero chart, but it's not necessarily looking that much better, right? So, what we haven't looked at in a while? Let's do crypto. Got a new keyboard, so if I can't type, that will be my excuse. Oh, you know what? Maybe we need to do market cap. Man, maybe I shouldn't have done this here. No, I don't know what the Monero market cap symbol would be. Let's try crypto XMR. Yeah, that's just Monero Price. I know that there's, we're not going to do it. We could do a simple one.
If you're looking for a Monero chart, there's one on BitInfo charts that has the Monero market cap over time.
I want to divide the Monero market cap by total. Here's what we can do. We can divide by, I want to divide it by total 3, which is like minus Bitcoin, minus Ethereum. So it basically compares Monero to the rest of, to all the other shit coins out there. I used to look at them. I used to pull the market cap chart all the time, and I forgot what well, that's fine. Let's just do times like 1 billion or something. Invalid symbol. Oh, probably that's why. There we go. Yeah, because I want to look at how Monero is doing when you subtract Bitcoin and Ethereum from the equation, right? Because that gives you a more interesting view. Actually, wow, I like how clean this chart is. I haven't looked at this in a while, so this, you're getting some real time thoughts here. Wow, this is a much cleaner chart. Let's go to the 2-day so we can get some more history here. Yeah, so we were writing those upper standard deviation bands, and then okay, there was a delisting that happened. Okay, so I guess so right there. I mean, it is very, you wouldn't normally expect to go to like the upside and then immediately start pumping. Typically, you would go to the downside, explore this area, waffle a bit, and then go to the upside. But yeah, I mean, this was all the delisting stuff, right? So apart from that delisting, which they, again, we know exactly what that was all about. But what's interesting about this chart is that after this bullshit happened, we've got Monero riding back in the lower standard deviation bands again, which is interesting because normally on what you would see on a Wave Magic chart like this is you would break down, you would touch the underside of the standard deviations, and then you would continue going down. But instead, Monero basically recovered. So this is Monero's action, how it performed relative to the rest of the cryptocurrency ecosystem, except for Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? Because Bitcoin and Ethereum kind of have this like established thing, and obviously Bitcoin is now supported by the deep state, and it's integrated into the banker pockets and Fink, Mr. Fink, as Ray elucidated for us earlier. So yeah, it is interesting sometimes to subtract Bitcoin and Ethereum from the equation because again, Ethereum is, it's captured in a similar fashion as Bitcoin, right? It would be impossible to think that it wasn't captured like Bitcoin was also captured, given how corporate they are and all that stuff and all the associations. Anyways, so it's interesting to subtract the two, mommy and daddy from the equation in terms of market cap and see how you're performing relative to the rest of the altcoins. So we're actually doing pretty good. Maybe I wouldn't say too good, but things could be worse, right? Things seem relatively stable, especially given the attacks here. So that's an interesting chart. You know what? We're going to leave that. We're going to click save. I think that's a more interesting chart than the XMR.D chart, and we'll take a look at that every week from now on instead of XMR.D. Okay, Monero versus gold. We haven't talked about this in a while, but there's nothing to talk about. I think the last time we left off on this analysis, we just said, hey, these two lower standard deviations are converging, right? It would make a lot of sense to expect to just continue in that area there. So that's probably what we're going to see for Monero versus gold. Right after, so we're looking at all the rest of the privacy coins here. Right after we got off the horn on Saturday last week, I guess it was maybe Sunday, but Xano pumped, right? Xano made some good moves to the upside, put some new all-time highs on, right? That's a nice 20% up, currently consolidating. This is actually quite good that Xano actually made these kinds of moves in the face of the rest of the market crashing, right? Like the S&P was down like, I think 3% over the week, and Bitcoin was down. So yeah, that was interesting that Xano managed to put on gains while everything else was basically crashing. Nothing to see here with Firo. There was like this kind of false breakout, from the chart line pattern, right? These are tea leaves, right? When we draw lines on charts, these are tea leaves. That's why I really do rely on the wave magic, the standard deviation analysis. It's inherently statistical, and it is an inherent generalization of the concept of moving standard deviations. You hear them called Bollinger Bands, but again, which moving standard deviation do you want to choose? It's like, which moving average is the magical moving average? Let's choose the 50-day, bro, because 50 is a round number, or the 100-day, or the 21-day, because that's exactly 3 weeks, or the 30-day, because it's a month. It's like, please, like everyone's got their own one that they choose. You know what? Let's overlay them all, and let's see where they cluster together, and that is going to give you a much better picture of where the market is at. Okay, anyways. Enough shilling my own creation. Firo is in this like sideways triangle, and it's also interestingly, you can see the standard deviations here are all falling, and you'll notice that that zone, right, this standard deviation zone is where it got stopped out and then got pushed back down into this zone here. So yeah, again, Firo is going to crash with the rest of the market if the market does indeed crash. So just expect that. Xano's strength here is interesting. I wonder if Xano, I mean, it's just one tiny little data point. It pumped, a little bit while everything else dumps. That's not enough to say that it's a counter, that it'll protect you during the crash, but that is interesting. Maybe it will. Who knows? Let's see. Is there anything else interesting going on? I guess it's interesting that Darrow continues to just be sluggish here at the bottom. The fact that, it's hard to think that there's too much more selling that's going to happen of Darrow now at this point. Like the selling people wanted to do is probably mostly sold. Yeah, there's the potential this thing could make it down here a little bit, but then again, like why on earth would, like, what purpose could Darrow, like, what is their use case now? What is their claim to use case? Before they were hacked, they could be like, oh yeah, we've got private smart contracts and we're the best privacy ever. But now, like, no one believes. So it's like, what's the use case? What's their, like, every coin needs a reason for you to buy it. If it's a meme coin, it's like, well, this is a fire meme, right? Buy the meme. It's going to pump because everyone loves fire memes. If it's got a dog on it, right? Okay, that's, the dog is, everybody loves dogs, right? If it's got a cat associated with it. If you've got a corporation and lots of stake being purchased by the CEO, like Zcash with his Wagyu steak. Maybe that's your reason for buying it, right? We can be compliant on the exchanges. Look, we're a quote unquote privacy coin, not getting delisted. And okay, yeah, they've got some good privacy features. I know I'm being a little bit of an ass there, but what's the use case on Darrow? Like, where are you going to be like, yeah, let's all buy Darrow because question mark profit? I just don't see it. All right, enough shitting on Darrow. Pirate doing nothing, just oscillating because they have no volume. All right, let's talk about stuff that matters. The only chart that I even care to even talk about here is honestly Xano on the privacy coins. Okay, whatever. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Let's talk about some of the crashiness that happened this week. It actually happened a little bit after some pumpiness. So we got off the horn on Saturday here, and we got a decent pump there out of Bitcoin to the tune of 10%. And then it came back down, right? So technically it's up overall. But midweek, the S&P started pulling back and crashing, and so did Bitcoin. If you remember last week, I said, yeah, the technical analysis on Bitcoin here is good. I'm not sure if it's enough to prompt me to want to get bullish on Bitcoin. Although, in some cases, it's hard to argue with technical analysis in some cases. So like I said, we're occupying this zone. That was a good sign to think that you could pump further. And then things hit the previous all-time high and then pulled back, right? Things got up here and then came to the downside. If this thing next week starts flirting in this area and you start to see Bitcoin making lower lows, that's really not a good sign, right? That's like a sign that bags were being unloaded. That's a sign that liquidity was being unloaded onto people that were getting bullish onto the swing traders, right? Because there, everyone's got in their mind, hey, I've got my HODL, but I could play a little bit on the leverage side, just a little bit, 1%, 2%, nothing big. I'm going to go play on the leverage side and maybe I can really make that work for me, especially we're about to be in a bull market. So I want to go buy some leveraged up coins. And then look, we're about to break out, right? The TA is clear on this. We're about to break out to the moon, bro. So let me take 5x leverage and turn that 2% of my net worth into 20% of my net worth as Bitcoin heads to 100K and 200K, right? There's definitely a lot of people, a lot of traders. There's a lot of swing traders out there. And these kind of chart patterns are often designed to fucking wreck you. They are designed to get you bullish only to stop you out by coming back to some level here. Don't get me wrong. Even from the wave magic perspective, this chart in a long-term sense is bullish, right? You still have these upsloping long-term upper moving standard deviations, the blue lines, right? All of that is upsloping. And we also have the situation going on here at the top, right, where we have the near-term standard deviation bands are starting to upslope. I don't know if you can see that. Let's really zoom in on it so you can see it, because this is, again, some more classic wave magic action. You can see here that these lines right here, so the standard deviations that were formed out of the more local action when things pumped this summer, you can see that these lines are already starting to curl up. That is very good wave magic action. That is the kind of thing that you want to see. That could convince me to move to make just a TA play. Forget the fundamentals. That is the kind of thing that could convince me to make a TA play into Bitcoin here for the short term, especially because we know that Bitcoin needs to beat its all-time highs, needs to close monthly candles higher, and prove it's in a new bull market before you're going to see the rest of the altcoins follow. So, I really do want to see this thing obviously we all want to get some gains, but again, I am still counterbalancing that with this possibility that this really, I should say, near certainty that a big crash is coming. It's just a matter of when, not if, right? So is it going to happen in the next few weeks? Is it going to take a few more months, right? That's the game you're playing when you're trading. But anyways, yeah, if you see Bitcoin, get really suspicious, guys. If you see Bitcoin occupying this zone and then trending towards the downside, that especially if that's combined with some of these macro signals that that we really don't want to see. We'll talk about those macro signals actually right now. Let's just take a look at the shitcoins really quick, see if anything interesting happened. Nothing interesting did happen. Dog's still doing pretty good, actually. It looks like Dog maybe, Dog made another little pump here. All right. Cool for Mr. Dogcoin, Mr. Doge. Okay, so Bitcoin dominance broke above like we talked last week. Oh, wow, shit. Okay, that's actually a new break. So we kind of extended this line and we said, hey, this line right there is invalidated. But last week we just kind of tapped it and now it's actually broken above. So yeah, I think at this point we can effectively expect Bitcoin dominance really does need to make some kind of blow off here before the rest of the crypto market, the rest of the altcoins are going to follow. Like ETH BTC, for example, down here, we've talked about this. I missed this call entirely, 100% wrong on this. This chart is going for these lower standard deviations now, right? Like that's a great spot to pick up Ethereum. Right here is a great spot to try and pick up some Ethereum, flip your Bitcoin into Ethereum. I don't know why you would necessarily be playing in those markets, but again, we're talking about price, we're talking about trading, right? So I'm just trying to give you some ideas there. But yeah, Ethereum is headed for that lower area. It looks bad for the ratio there on that coin. Okay, so let's go to the macro and let's see what we're talking about. We'll start with the stock market, and we'll show you guys that the stock market gapped down on Thursday to the tune of 3.5% on the Nasdaq, and on the S&P, it gapped down to the tune of 2%. Wait, no, let me redo that. Yeah, I mean 2%, 2.5%. That's not unheard of. I mean, we've seen plenty of that. There's 1.5%. Here's one where we fell 10% in a couple days, or really 7% in a couple days here back in August. So I mean, this is not you wouldn't look at this drop and say, "Oh my God, the crash is starting," right? But but that's how crashes start, right? Crashes start with little moves down, and then those little moves accelerate. So yeah, everything kind of did pull back. Gold, however, did hold its own, right? Gold didn't pull back hardly at all. Just continued moving towards the upside. I guess we had a little bit of negativity this week, right? So a little bit of a pump, a little bit of a dump, overall flat since last Saturday. Again, I think that gold is most likely heading to this very top level, right? That those standard deviations there. These guys right there. Oh, whoops. I guess sometimes when you change timeframes, it reveals more of the of where the wave magic lines are. Anyways, but yeah, I anticipate again, gold is wanting to move and is going to trek along this like prime standard deviation line here. Gold held its own. We see the reverse repos. We talked about this chart last week. We said, yeah, this bullhorn pattern was kind of like them. To me, it sure felt like, oh yeah, we're not pulling from the reverse repos. We're still at the same levels we were here. It was a way to obfuscate what was really happening, which was they're pulling from reverse repos to keep stock markets levitated for a period of time, really until the elections, right? So at this current rate, right? I mean, the way things are falling here, I mean, it even just broke down like kind of this. I mean, I kind of drew this line in a sort of bullshit way, but it was sort of like the average. I drew it in a way that was like, okay, what's the average decline since the beginning of the year, since 2024, right? Like, what's the average trend line? It wasn't like a support line or anything. But anyways, yeah. So you can even see that like this chart, the reverse repos is now broken down even below the average that had been established for the entire year, which means that again, like. I'm wondering like how much more liquidity is here and how much can this support the stock market? There's 155 billion left. And keep in mind, this started, wow. Okay. We really have to pull back on this chart to see this thing started at a peak of $2.5 trillion, right? And this is a big factor in what has propelled the stock market, right? We have seen liquidity move from the safety of overnight Federal Reserve, reverse repos. It's basically like it's an overnight bond, if you will. It's like an overnight bond that the Federal Reserve gives you. They promise to give you back your money at the federal funds rate. So all of that money went into something. It went into stocks. Like, let's be real. It went into Nvidia. It went into risk. This thing is almost out of juice. And when this thing is out of juice, and the Fed is still lowering rates, but where's the money going to come from to pump stocks? So we're also looking here at oil. We're keeping track of oil every week. We're back in this like kind of, do we want to break down? Maybe, probably, kind of. Again, we're looking for a move into this area. This area is flashing red signs at us. So we're not quite there yet, right? But I'm looking for a move into this area. And when that happens, that's when we're like, okay, guys, it's time to batten down the hatches. Like, the storm is upon us. Lightning is cracking everywhere. And here's your opportunity, right? That's an opportunity to go short the market if you want to. We're not there yet. But I'm just, we're being very hyper vigilant here. I don't know if you can hear the frenetic tones in my voice, trying to remain vigilant, because we know that we're in the window now, right? Like, we have entered the window where this thing can happen. We're not quite there. Like, the signs haven't said, hey, it's happening. The rain has started. But just know that we're in that window, which is why I'm like trying to, reinforce that to you, that if you're going to try and make some money by shorting the market, you got to be on it every day. You're going to need to check these things. You're going to want to look at this stuff on your own time if you're really trying to short the market, because sometimes these things can unfold very, very quickly. Nothing interesting with dollar index. Maybe we should look at bonds. We always look at bonds. So boring to look at bonds. So the yield curve inversion, uninverted ever so slightly. Bonds still kind of came towards the upside. Some of which ones are those? Like, these are the 2 year, 5 year. Yeah, the 2 year, 5 year came towards the upside. It's looking here like we might be peaking out, right? Bonds have been moving towards the upside. We might be peaking out here. Things might be ready for bonds to move towards the downside a little bit. If that's the case, you know what? The Fed has a meeting this week, November 6th and 7th. This one is odd. They're reporting 6th and 7th, which is a Wednesday and Thursday. They almost always report a Tuesday and a Wednesday. Like, all of these meetings here that they've done have been Tuesday, Wednesday. So I don't know why next week will be a Wednesday and Thursday. Oh yeah, good.
That's why they did it for the election.
Very astute, sir. Very astute. Thank you. So they're gonna meet. I guess we'll get to see what they do. They're probably going to lower rates. They're supposed to lower rates by like 0.25%, or maybe it's 0.5%, in the next two meetings. So they've got obviously November, December meetings. So yeah, I wouldn't expect anything major. Maybe they'll lower by 0.25%. I don't know what the market is betting on right now, but they're going to meet next week. That could, what the Fed is doing, could start to become significant for us, but maybe not quite just yet. So I think that's all I got for you guys today. Let me check and make sure that nothing else of consequence happened here that I'm missing. Monero transactions, still 25,000 on Monero transactions. Sir?
Here's something interesting for you. I was just looking at the U.S. national debt clock, $35.95 trillion in U.S. national debt. And I'm certain that the next crisis will cause the Federal Reserve to print like nuts.
The real number go up. The biggest number go up. 35T. Man, I remember when we were bitching about $1 trillion of federal debt. Soon we'll be...
Just about 36.
Soon the word quadrillion will be entering the vernacular, entering the lexicon. Let's see here. Yeah, guys, I think that's all we got. Gold. Maybe we could take a look at gold to silver really quick. Yeah, gold. You know, it's funny. Gold is on a tear, and silver is just flat, just sideways. You know, one mistake that I made after the 2017 bull, you know, I did go a little bit into silver, and I said, "Hey, I'm gonna buy some silver here." Well, silver did shit. Gold at least mostly maintained its value afterwards. Silver just did nothing. It went down. And I was like, man, okay, now I get it. This is why you go to gold. Yeah, silver sometimes makes better gains. Sometimes it really puts on better performance. But, you know, gold is like, if you want to tether, that's where you go to gold, right? Obviously, tether doesn't give you an interest rate, whereas gold keeps up with inflation. It doesn't give you an interest rate either, but at least it keeps up with inflation. So silver will have a time to shine. I guess, pun intended. I hate that.
You can actually get a return on gold paid in gold from places like UPMA. They have gold coin and gold back leases, and you can get like 2% on your gold paid in.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, most bullion vaults like charge you for holding your money there, but these guys give you UPMA. Where are they based out of?
Utah, I believe it is. They're the people who make the gold backs.
Interesting.
Alpine Gold Exchange and UPMA.
Oh, interesting. Okay, let me write that down. my keyboard died on me. I had this other like really nice Logitech MX keys with like the minimum travel distance, etc. And then the keys just like after a few years, the keys just like kept coming unstuck, and I fixed it for a while, but it just it wants to break, and there's nothing I can do about it. So now I'm on this like old HP PS2 connection, you know, like the purple connection that you plug in the back of your computer. I got this one for cubes because you can't USB sometimes into cubes. When you restart your USB cube, you'll lose your USB keyboard. So I have this like old one. So I was like, well, fuck. Okay. So now it's just like, I'm sure you guys can hear that. It's just loud. Anyways, thanks for the tip on UPMA. I'm definitely going to check those guys out because who wouldn't want an interest rate on your gold? That's gains on top of gains.
Exactly, and at 2%, you're actually getting more of the gold supply as time goes on, because gold's inflation rate's what, 1.5 roughly average.
Oh, that's slowed down. Okay, I thought it was slightly higher than that.
From what I understand, the World Gold Council says that gold's inflation rate is average 1.5% per year. So if you're making 2, then you're getting a bigger slice of the gold pie over time.
Nice. Yeah, I always thought that was interesting. That yeah, gold has this like inflation rate. It has this tail emission. One day we'll mine gold asteroids. I guess we'll send Elon Musk or like his robots or something. If he can get Starship. What is it? Starship? Star something. If he can get his rocket into space and get that orbital refueling proven, then hey, maybe we could actually go get some asteroid gold. That would be such like a dumb. I mean, I guess gold, it's really good because we need it for its conductive properties, but like there's probably a lot better rare metals to mine out of asteroids than gold. Anywho, yeah, I guess I'm gonna hand it back over to you guys. I've got unless you know what, I haven't checked the comments. I'm really bad about that. Okay, let's make sure we got all the XMR chats. Okay, so receive money. Okay, I don't know which one we left off on. I guess we haven't had any comments. Let me check the YouTube comments, make sure we ain't got anything there. Fairly reasonable investor says, I personally suspect you'll be far better off simply holding physical. Silver is more conductive than gold. Is it really? No, that can't be true. I'm almost certain. Like gold does everything better than silver. Like it holds value better. It's more conductive. It's more thermally conductive. It's prettier. And gosh darn it, people like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's more dense with atoms, right? Like, doesn't that add to its conductivity. Pretty sure gold is more conductive than silver.
There's someone that asks about some Monero fork, but I'm not going to say that name out loud because I don't want a compliant Monero fork, bro. I am not. I'm not even mentioning your name out loud. It doesn't no. Monero forks are dangerous as fuck, and we knew this when Monero Classic, which is bullshit. Classic. When Monero Classic tried to fork, everyone was like, "No, you could be compromising your privacy. Do not use those coins. It's a trap, right? It's a Fedboy trap." So whatever. Salvium community. Oops, shit! I just said the name. What is that? It's like Salvium divinorum. Yeah, that's like a plant that you can use to get high. People will like buy it in head shops because it's not illegal.
I was going to go and clean my room, but then I got high.
Salvia, yeah, that's some pretty wild stuff.
I've done it a couple times. I tried to do it like the proper natural way. I just chewed the leaves. I didn't get like the 50x to blow my brain, blow my mind into the 6th dimension or whatever. Like I just like chewed the leaves and did all the meditation. And I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of cool. But it's not like, but I mean, yeah, I mean, it can do, it's like a DMT experience if you really go for the 50x stuff. I never really went all in on that, but
silver does conduct, this guy's saying silver does conduct electricity and heat better than gold. It's also more reflective. Gold is better money because it's not used as much in industry.
Man, that's all right. I'm gonna ask. Let's ask Claude Sonnet, which is more conductive, silver or gold. I mean, obviously, silver is more conductive than gold. Clap to a fairly reasonable investor. I think I have a clap here. Anyways, yeah, okay. Crazy. I didn't know that. Well, shit. Because, they always talk about gold being like, we need, they do gold plated. It's like, well, silver plated would be better then.
Yeah.
The next time I see something is gold plated, I'm just going to roll my eyes.
I mean, what makes it? I don't know. We don't need to go down this. We could do a whole show on gold or silver.
Yeah, we're just bullshitting now.
Yeah. But good to know. All right. I guess we'll keep it moving. Bawdy, thank you so much, man. I don't think we have Tony to do the news right now.
Oh.
So I'm gonna see.
That's correct. Sunita said no. Sunita texted me and said no, Tony.
Oh, we lost Tony along the way. I think he needed to come up earlier, but that's okay. I wanted to get Ray up there when we had him, so I didn't want to miss out on that.
Is that why we don't have Tony doing the news? Like, because he's kind of hit and miss on the news. Is it just because he needs to be on earlier?
He needs to be on earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense then for us to switch places to get the news first.
Yeah. The only thing is, like, if I forget, like today, I wanted to do Ray first because he jumped in because we told him between, the show goes on between 11 and 3, so he jumped on now. So I was like, all right, I got to take advantage of the fact that he's here. But yeah,
the global Southern hospitality demands that the guests go first if that is his schedule.
Yeah, I can't make him wait. All right, buddy. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see you soon, man.
Thursday. Yeah, 12 days. 12 days and counting.
Yeah. All righty. Let me go ahead and I'll run the news segment at the very least. Okay, here we go. Wait, we got Wizard with Tony and Wizard without Tony. So we're gonna do the news promo without. Sorry, Tony. I kind of like the one better with Tony, but I'll go ahead. Here we go. Thank you, buddy.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Okay, I guess my director, my producer yelled at me in the background over here. All right, let me go ahead and try to bring up the news.
Well, that's what directors are for. If they didn't yell at you, you wouldn't do things right.
Sunita's a very good director. She definitely keeps everything running around here. Literally everything. Okay, we got first news segment. Roger Ver, I would be embarrassed to promote Bitcoin today, but Monero, I can promote that all day. And then there is a YouTube clip. Let's see if I can bring it up. I don't like when I click on a link, it opens a new window. That's kind of annoying. Can you guys, can we hear this?
Look at Bitcoin, use this. This is amazing. I would be embarrassed to promote BTC.
We can hear it
from people today. I'd have to tell them, hey, maybe your payment will go through, maybe it won't. Maybe the fee will be $1, maybe it'll be $50. Oh, and people can spy on what you're doing. Like, how could I convince anybody to use that today? Like, I would be embarrassed to even try. Whereas with something like Monero, you better believe it. I can tell people, hey, Monero is awesome. You can send and receive payments. Nobody knows where it came from. Nobody where it went to. It can be as private as you want. Like, I can promote that all day long.
Wow, that was a throwback there. That clip, that was from my 2020 campaign, and I had interviewed Roger Ver. We were trying to keep Monero talk going. So nice to see.
Welcome. I'm
actually
very
nice to be reminded of that one.
But
yeah, Roger Ver has been talking. He's been very pro Monero. Once he saw things go south with Bitcoin, obviously he's a Bitcoin Cash guy. But he's always been pro Monero as far as I understand, and seems to be more excited about it than ever, given that it's actually being adopted and used as digital cash. So yeah, unfortunately, Roger Ver cannot participate in Monerotopia, as I'm sure you all know. He's dealing with legal issues. The state is after him relentlessly. He was originally going to participate in Monerotopia, which would have been a real honor to have him there. Would have been very cool to have him there. Not this year, maybe next year, and hopefully by then he's gotten through the storm that they're putting him through. Next story here. Unpopular opinion: Monero is more than a mere tool, as most in the community like to tout. Holding is dumb. This guy is saying, Lumpy Initiative saying, Monero is a Swiss bank account in your pocket, and with the widespread adoption on the dark web and growing rapidly on the clear web with the Monero Circular Economy Pledge started by Douglas Tuman. All right, these are more Doug-related posts. Monero positions itself as the best form of digital cash and somewhere you store your wealth privately. Bitcoin is a mere hot potato with ultimately no real use case, and this is coming from someone who's mined Bitcoin and used to be a maxi. You must open up your mind and think for yourself, not repeat moon boys who don't understand what it takes for a currency to have widespread adoption. You can try and cope saying Bitcoin is no number go up and have fun staying poor, but Monero is insanely undervalued and is easily top 5, if not number 1. Since the XMR is private, I'll be paying 0 in taxes. Enjoy your public bank account and tax bill.
Let's clarify something though. One thing I noticed with that post. Did you come up with the Monero circular economy thing, Doug, or was that somebody else?
I did not.
Okay,
I did not. Let me not be improperly attributed with that. Obviously, support it. Probably one of, if not the first people abiding by it. we run our business off of Monero. We receive Monero payments, and then we use Monero to pay our bills. But that was started by, I don't know who. Do you know who started it? I don't know who started it.
I cannot.
Oh, that was we had him on the show, right?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we had him on the show.
I can't remember the name right offhand, and it's bugging me.
Yes, and he's been an XMR Bazaar early adopter. So yeah, maybe that's where the confusion was, because he's been all over XMR Bazaar. He was, I think, offering services for helping people to improve their listings, so they can get better results. And I believe that's the same guy that started the Monero Circular Economy Pledge. Cool dude.
I'm almost certain that is, and I just cannot remember his name right offhand.
I feel
like shout out to you, sir.
British guy. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Please, thank you for correcting the record on that one.
Yeah, I think it's what we have here. So we're like, hodling is dumb. Don't don't invest in Monero, use Monero. Like, I think we all kind of know, and it's good to have the variety of opinion out there that's like, yeah, just use Monero. It's not a number go up, it's just a tool for freedom. That range of opinion is like a natural resistance. It's a natural immunity against getting into the kind of cult-like thinking that psyoped and took over the Bitcoin community. Because once you get people into that kind of like cult-like mentality, and everyone's like, yeah, we're the special group, and then you distract them with the fancy things like number go up, then you lose the core of what you are. So I think like most of us know that, like, yeah, hodling is actually a good thing. But when you like turn it into this culty kind of meme, it really harms your community in the long run. So like, he's correct. Right. Monero Maverick there on X is correct, but at the same time, like, it's kind of like that metaphorical truth, right? We're like, yeah, hodling is stupid, that shit's dumb, and we just do that to keep a resilient natural immunity against psyops.
You hodl for a store of value you use for freedom. And like, for example, I just got my groceries with Monero today, and I just put them away before the show. So I'm going to be eating Monero for the rest of the month. and I just replenish it. I just replenish it every single month. I buy more every single month, and then I use it, and I buy more, and I use it, and I buy more. Just keep on doing it. You hold because it's a good store of value, and you use it because it's freedom.
Right. Yeah. The problem the Bitcoiners will run into, it's like they just do the holding without the spending part, because it's not a good current. It's not good for transactional purposes. It doesn't function well for that purpose.
You're kind of low, Doug. Get closer to your mic.
Oh, I don't know why I'm so low.
You're good now. I think it just cut out for a second.
Yeah, I think you were just too far away or something.
No, that's weird. It must have just been. How's it sound now?
You're good. Yeah.
You're good now.
Yeah. I mean, the real issue is when it's only hodling, right? And that's what Bitcoin has become, because it fails for the use case for digital cash, right? Like, it doesn't function well for using it as a currency. And so the Bitcoiners have pivoted to marketing it as just a store of value. I had a good conversation with, actually, I think, Bawdy, you're familiar with Juan. I had Juan,
yeah,
Juan the other day.
We've been friends since before the fork.
Oh, amazing. So he's a Bitcoiner. He's a Bitcoin maxi, but he's in it for the right reasons. He's like, has cypherpunk ideals, but he does seem to be very much kind of in it for the store of value reasons, the digital gold purposes. And I think his justification is, well, look, Bitcoin's going up in price, so I could do more to help the resistance by having this asset that's increasing my wealth than holding Monero and hoping that it goes up. But we got into the weeds with it. Obviously, there's arguments to be made, right? Like, does it really function? Is it really serving its purpose? If people aren't using it peer to peer, are they really opting out? Are they really separating money and state if they're not actually using it and they're just storing it and using it in terms of like fiat, right? So got into all that with him. I don't know, Bud, if you have anything to say on any of that. But he'll be a speaker. He'll be attending Monerotopia. So I'm sure we'll hear it on the stage, and maybe we'll get Bawdy interacting with them live. But go ahead, Bawdy.
I mean, he's got big shoes to fill on the Monerotopia stage after Satoshi himself represented Bitcoin last year.
Exactly.
I think the primary difference that like what drives the mentality of, hey, let's integrate into big finance and the government as much as possible because it's a Trojan horse, relies on the assumption that Bitcoin is in fact a Trojan horse at all, that Bitcoin is actually a global freedom tool. And I think that's a dubious proposition at this point, given how thoroughly the supply was captured and the mining ecosystem was captured, and how little privacy that there is in the coin. It's difficult for me to think of it like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it still serves the use case of freedom on some level, but so does Litecoin, and so does a bunch of other stuff. Like when I need to transfer money, yeah, okay, if Bitcoin fees are low, I'll just use Bitcoin. I'll just flip into Monero into Bitcoin and then, transfer that to where I need to go if they don't take Monero. But I could do that with Litecoin. I could do that with a whole bunch of other coins. So Bitcoin is not unique in that regard. So then really, like, putting the headliner and the market cap and the spotlight on Bitcoin and getting everyone into that trap and then integrating that into the government. It's like, guys, do you not realize that was a little too easy? Like, you're playing a video game and you went in 10 minutes to the final boss and you're like, wait a second, this shouldn't be it shouldn't be 8 years from Bitcoin launch into just getting integrated into the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. It shouldn't be a short 10 years to get Bitcoin onto the stock market. Like, if it was really challenging to the governmental powers, they would have fought a lot harder to not integrate it. So I just feel like there's the assumptions behind the position of, well, like, I can understand it. If Bitcoin really was that Trojan horse, then I can understand some of the compromises to be made there. But overall, it just doesn't serve that use case. If anything, it just distracts people from real possibility for real private digital cash that's outside the scope of governments and banks. That's what I think Bitcoin is used for now. It's primarily a distraction for number go up from actually using a real currency that takes away the power of the government.
We got some tips coming here. Average Gardener Enjoy tipped. We need more politicians to promote Monero, even though politics don't mean much once the individual becomes ungovernable. Yeah, man. More people talking about it. I would agree with that. There's a lot of people that are like kind of anti-politics in general, saying we just need to build our own thing, be cypherpunks, ignore the powers that be, and build our own system outside of it. But I do think there's a lot that can be gained from using the system to get the word out that we exist as an option. Peter Schiff tip 50 cents. Silver is a better conductor, but it oxidizes easily, which is why you have to frequently polish it. Gold is more noble.
Okay. That makes sense.
Non-reactive. It's less reactive. Alaska Anon tipped $1. Unpopular opinion. Number go up holders are too married to a dying system, and instead of producing their own food and building their own parallel economies and systems, they would rather stay married to a corrupt system so they can lose slower. That's kind of a good way of putting it. I mean, like I said, I think the ultimate argument that the BTC maxis, those that like really aren't like they're okay with Monero, but really, I don't know, are holding back in terms of like fully supporting it, is that Monero doesn't have the number go up tech, which I think is a bullshit narrative to begin with. I mean, there's a much higher chance that Monero can 2x 10 more times than Bitcoin 2xing 10 more times, right? I mean, the market cap is already quite large in Bitcoin. So if you're looking at it as a purely even just an investment standpoint, I don't know, Bawdy, right? I mean, I'm sure we've said this before, right? Like there's more room for growth with Monero. It's clearly more undervalued. So even if you're just looking at it as purely number go up, just because Bitcoin has been the number go up coin doesn't mean it always will be, right? Like percentage level, it just can't continue to rise at 2xing, right?
Yeah, I mean, lower liquidity, smaller market cap always has the potential to pump more. It's really just a matter of getting enough people into the ecosystem that actually pushes the price up. So there's some nuance here in like a price sense. I believe that the vast majority of crypto prices, including Bitcoin, are vastly overvalued relative to their organic demand. And I think this is one way that they've been able to suppress Monero, relatively speaking. It's kind of like how they suppress gold by putting all the newly printed money into the stock market first, right? Because people see the stocks making the gains, and then gold languishes for a period of time, often counter-cyclically with the stock market. And so people say, I don't want to invest in that gold stuff, it just doesn't get much gains, and I can just go to the stock market. And they try to do a similar thing with Monero. Like, Monero is actually the real digital gold. And so with the ability of them to prop up these crypto prices well above their organic demand levels, I think it makes it a little bit easier for them to keep those relative price performance of Bitcoin and these other shitcoins relative to Monero. Like they're doing a good job thus far. At some point, that's likely to break, and it'll probably break in fits and starts. We'll probably get some mega pump at some point, but it's anyone's guess as to when that actually happens.
All right. Let me keep moving along with the news. And I got things I got to do over here, family things, and we'll go to viewers on stage. Hopefully you guys or whoever can help take that over at some point. So next news item, a new getmonero.org website is in the works. Consensus has been reached at today's website meeting, and a new website is on the way. It will be designed by Diego Salazar, the same designer as the current website, and will be implemented using Astro JavaScript framework. That's cool. You heard that right. The new website will not use Jekyll, but Astro. I don't know. I'm not techie enough to know the difference, kind of really. A wonderful framework written in JavaScript, primarily meant to be used as a static site generator. Obviously, that means it will not ship any JavaScript and will be compatible with our fellow Tor users at the safest level. Oh, okay. So very cool, very cool, very cool. I know Anarchio, who develops XMR Bazaars, tries to be very cognizant of being able to safely access via Tor, and in a way where you're not losing any potential privacy. So good to see that the Get Monero website is having a haul over, and by Diego Salazar. Wonderful to know that he's still contributing and doing things for the Monero community. Very cool that funds have been raised, I guess, to hire him to do a redesign. So excited to see that. But by the way, we're hoping to have Diego participate. I don't think he'll be at Monerotopia. Maybe we get him down there. We've been trying to work with get him down there because he's going to be participating in the hackathon. Even if he's not able to get down there, he's going to be helping out in the hackathon. They're doing work on BTC Pay server, and they've lined up Diego, I think, to help with the kind of user interface aspects of it. So very cool. All right, let's see. Let me pull up the next link here. What do we got? Val Venice, this guy has been like he's came out of nowhere here, being a big Monero guy. He's got quite the following. He was a wrestler, I guess, in the 90s. I was never really a WWE fan, or wrestling in general. Former WWE superstar. We've been trying to get. He's an anarchist, MMA fan. Guy's got like almost 40,000 followers, and he's been out there talking about Monero in a very based way and for purposes of actually using it. And it appears that he's an XMR Bazaar user. Fact, I accept Monero because, quite simply, it's the currency I've always wanted. XMR delivers on every front. It's lightning fast, costs practically nothing to send, and best of all, it provides true privacy. It's what Bitcoin should have been. Monero's foundations are rock solid, and its value seems to thrive even as centralized exchanges scramble to delist it. Unlike most coins, XMR actually gains strength from these delistings, as if to say, challenge accepted. Why does this happen? Because Monero is designed for the people, by the people. With its robust privacy features, blazing speed, and next to nothing fees, Monero is as close as the crypto world has come to creating a genuinely people-powered cryptocurrency. And then he posts his XMR Bazaar listings. Sorry, guys, I got to go back to put these in. Here he goes. So yeah, he's got an XMR Bazaar account and page. Looks like he's listing signed, autographed from back in the day, I guess, from when he was a wrestler. He's autographed photos selling for Monero. Very cool. Very cool to see that he's embracing the actual usage of Monero. He's not just talking about number go up type stuff. He's actually talking about using it. And he's walking the walk, created an XMR Bazaar account. Very cool to see. Thank you, Val. Maybe one day we'll get you up on the show. Would love to have you up here. You're welcome anytime. Let's see. Next story. Boom. Monero Bull posted. First, number one, they delist XMR everywhere. Number two, question mark. Number three, suddenly privacy is good, actually. And then number 4, profits. So Monero Bull just kind of making commentary on the fact that they're against Monero. They're delisting Monero. They're concerned with how it could be, used in a peer-to-peer way for people to anonymously and privately send money. So they're against crypto privacy. But now you see things like ERC20 that's building on-chain privacy solutions. So now they're pro-privacy, but they're only pro-privacy if it's done in a way where it's compliant. And I think, as we all know, you can't really have a compliant crypto that actually is truly private and anonymous. Otherwise, it effectively wouldn't be compliant. It's not about building the currency that can integrate with the state, but about building one that will most disrupt the state. Jeff Berwick saying, "Oh, by the way, we'll be doing a show this week. I'll be doing a Monero talk with him. I think on Tuesday on Election Day. That should be interesting. I'm sure I'll have some commentary on the election. But yeah, we're having him on in anticipation of Monerotopia. He's going to be a speaker at Monerotopia, so very excited for that. And I'll be talking with him on Tuesday. Oh my God, this third video game matrix is the best." Right as Ol Yellen was asked how concerned she was about the US dollar losing reserve currency status, the actual US Treasury sign on her podium fell to the ground with a gigantic thud. Those with the eyes to see and ears to hear know this is a sign. All right, let's go ahead and give this a
and over a longer time horizon, how concerned are you about the potential impact of the dollar status as the world reserve currency? And over a longer time horizon, how concerned are you about the potential impact of the dollar status as the world reserve currency?
I love the woman that's asking her the question even starts to giggle about how ridiculous that is. So yeah, guys, it looks like they are falling in every way possible. What do we got here? Wall Street Silver making a talking about Rob Schneider imitates all of Kamala. All right, let's give this a listen. I don't know how this made the news, but Tony
Black community, she's like, shit, let me tell you something, honey. She's better. No, let me tell you, Kamala, she does different accents, depending on where she is, down south. Let me tell you something. You boys better get it together here and vote. Save democracy. Black community, she's like, shit, let me tell you something, honey. Let me tell you right now, we ain't vote for Trump. I even saw her at a 7-Eleven going like, listen, it's very important that we vote for the Democrats. We're trying to save democracy here. We're trying to save democracy. For sure, you don't understand. You need to vote. You need to vote.
The whole thing's been a clown show, guys. We all know it. I hope everyone has been enjoying the ride. Unfortunately, it's at our cost, but at least get some entertainment out of it. What's the next story up over here? What do we got? Things I'm concerned about: totalitarianism, climate crisis. Yeah, I'm much more concerned about totalitarianism than the climate crisis. While it does seem like the weather's a bit wonky, it feels I'm much more concerned about the government using their powers to control the population than what effects nature may have upon us. So yeah, definitely align with that.
We all know the government causes climate change. That's why that hurricane hurt North Carolina so badly, because they engineered it.
Seemed pretty obvious to me. Well, what we definitely do know is that they use climate change as a way to implement policies that control people. Whether
Yeah, one thing that's happening is the magnetic field has been getting weaker. And so one of the reasons we've seen such a fantastic display of Aurora this year on multiple occasions, which is like that's just basically unheard of for decades and decades, is because the magnetic field is weakening. And so that leaves the Earth more open to these kinds of electrical storms, these coronal mass ejections that happen on these 11-year cycles, right? The sun flips its magnetic field every 11 years. And in doing so, has all these sunspots and these big CME events, which normally a stronger magnetic field was protecting us against. But now with that extra energy delivery to Earth, I think that actually creates a lot of this crazy weather. And I think that also the cabal knew that this was happening. Like they understand these dynamics in a way that, just like the medical science, they hide a lot of that, the reality and the truth from us. They do the same thing with weather, which is significantly electrical phenomenon, right? There's a lot of electrical stuff happening. You're talking like cosmic rays that strike the Earth and create nucleation sites for clouds and all kinds of stuff. So just the fact that they know that the magnetic field is weakening and that these kinds of CME events are going to cause more severe weather, they're going to contribute to more severe weather. Yeah, they're going to talk up the climate crisis, and then the weather gets more severe, and they're like, oh, it's because of you and your carbon, instead of telling us the truth that no, the magnetic field is weaker and we're more susceptible to these solar events.
Yeah, you brought that to my attention, right? I always knew we were going through this potential transitional period, but I didn't realize it was like literally like happening now, right? Where the poles are shifting. It appears to be like that we're in the process, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want to be a little careful because there's a lot of speculation that goes on in there. It could just be that the poles are so they're already excursioning. We don't know to what extent this will continue. If the poles could potentially flip, and it could happen in our lifetimes. We don't know if the magnetic field will continue to weaken and then suddenly drop off a cliff over the next 11 years. Maybe it could be 2, 3, 4 decades. It seems like, in my mind, I'm putting the higher probabilities that, yeah, we're probably looking at some major event in our lifetimes. But it could legitimately be 20 years before any major event happens. But yeah, I mean, going from the full spectrum of the Earth axis rotation flipping, where the mantle becomes unlocked from the crust, and you actually get a no shit flip of the Earth, or it could just be a magnetic excursion that takes out some local power grids. But I think it is very likely that within our lifetimes, we're going to see some major event that will change significantly the way that we live our lives.
This isn't a science show, but from what I understand, and we could talk about this some other time as well. From what I understand, the dipolar magnetic field we have, the north and south, if it weakens and collapses completely, we still have submagnetic fields under it. So we'd have 2 north poles and 2 south poles, and the compass would kind of wander back and forth between them because it's a weaker field, but it still exists. But that's a different topic for a different show.
That's actually one of the mechanisms by which so many people got lost in the Bermuda Triangle. It's one of these places in the northern hemisphere where you get very light southern poles coming out of the Earth's crust. And so it confuses your compass, and people will fly what they think is east to get back to land, but they're just flying out into the ocean. And so that changes, periodically, and it changes with what the sun is doing. It affects the magnetic field. But that was one of the big mechanisms of the Bermuda Triangle.
Big stuff, guys. Big stuff, and there's not much we could do in preparation for that. And I don't know. Won't be great for crypto when the entire grid goes down.
I think the best thing that could happen is we get hit with a strong storm that takes out a couple regional grids. Maybe you lose the Texas grid for a few weeks, which would be painful and difficult, but survivable. And it tells everyone, oh crap. First of all, we need to fix our grids so that they're resilient to these events, and people start actually doing preparation actions, because a little bit of preparation goes a long way. Just having a couple months of food supply can get you through a very difficult winter until you can grow food for yourself in the summer or the next spring. So a little bit of preparation can really, really help you here, because we don't really know. Is this biblical end times, right? Are we getting Noah's flood and all? Are we getting what's the guy's name? Are we getting the Graham Hancock, kind of end of the world civilization? Or is it just like a magnetic excursion where we could potentially lose a big portion of the power grid, right? It's difficult to say.
Well, and keep in mind that the smaller the grid is, the more resilient it's going to be, because those magnetic charges build up over long distances on the power cables. So somebody with like a solar panel on their roof is going to be a lot less susceptible than somebody who actually uses the main grid, just because their wires are much shorter and they're relying on their solar panels and batteries.
Yeah, exactly. You need a much more powerful CME to take out your local, your house system, your solar system, than would take out the because the main thing is the transformers, right? Because like you said, you've got these power lines. They act like antennas. They get charged with the CME event, and then they blow up the transformers. And apparently, we don't have like a large stock of transformers to just replace all of them at once. It would be very difficult to do that.
And they're not standardized either. And so that causes another big problem, because since they're not standard and have to be built custom, and they can take years to build, from what I understand.
Well, we shall see. It will definitely be entertaining times if that were to happen on a mass level.
And if the grid did go down and we had to use Monero, we'd just be using Monero Cassatius coins, like whatever the equivalent would be.
Bro, we'll be using lead and nickel and brass.
As long as the hologram was intact, you'd know that the face value of the coin was actually that much Monero, and you could just trade that back and forth.
Oh shit! Interesting.
Back up.
Shortwave is anticipating. He's ready. He's ready for the grid to go down. All right, guys. I'm gonna end the news segment there. I had a couple others, but not super relevant. I'm gonna end it there. I'm gonna run the viewers on stage segment. Let's see if anybody wants to come up, interact, bring up any thoughts you have that are Monero related, Monero community related. Let's go.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right.
And there is one other piece of news.
Good morning.
There is one other piece of news. Haveno,
go ahead, Shortwave.
Haveno blew through 1,200 Monero worth of volume this past month. It went from 600 to 1,200 in 1 month.
Now, wait. So this is Haveno Retro, right? So I also saw that. Is there Haveno launching or no?
I'm not. Right? But I'm like, I haven't heard of that. But yeah, this is Reto that I'm talking about.
I saw it on Twitter that I think it was the official, not Haveno Reto, but the official Haveno project with Woodzer.
Right.
They went production, like they went.
Oh, they actually.
Right. That's. Yeah, I should have brought that up in the news, but I guess we're doing it now. But yeah, so how is that going to work? I guess obviously.
I'm actually a little bit confused, because this is I knew that they put out that blog post, but I didn't realize that he was actually launching his own network. I thought it was like a delayed post from like May when Haveno Reto launched. So I wasn't aware that this was a whole.
Yeah, because network. I thought he was trying to avoid. They were trying to avoid that and just letting anybody kind of create their, launch their own instance and see where it goes.
That was my understanding too, because they didn't want to deal with the legal aspects of it, which I could understand, which is why Reto was such a big thing.
Here, I'm pulling up their post here. I don't know if you want to share my screen or not, but
yeah. Here we go.
October 30th. Okay, we're excited to announce that Haveno is ready for Monero's mainnet. Official blog post. Let's go check that out. Yeah, Woodzer. This is just a few days ago.
Woodzer will be speaking at Monerotopia. So super excited for that.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so you can start your own network, or you can make test trades. Okay, the official test network. Hang on, I'm confused.
I mean, if Shortwave's confused, he's been following the Haveno developments and usage closer than anybody I know. So
I was really, and I mean, I don't follow this nearly as much as maybe I should, because I don't typically have too much need for. Anyways, I was kind of glad to see that when Haveno was like waffling and like, oh well, we're going to need all this extra development time, and no, it's not, like we're not ready. And someone else, was it Kaya? I can't remember. Someone else was like, no, we could do this right now. There's no reason that we can't do this right now. Y'all are just like, there was this whole thing where they were going to have a council and they were going to vote people onto the council, and then like, no, we don't like those people, so we're going to not do that anymore. And it was just like, wait, what, guys? And then someone else was like, hey, let's launch Haveno Reto. And I thought, yeah, that's good, because it felt like there was, and I wasn't sure because I didn't really look at it, but it felt like a level of bullshit. It's like, okay, well, if you guys are going to bullshit, then someone's just going to fork it off and it's not going to matter anyways. So it sort of like pushes them, Haveno, to actually like finish, make it across the finish line. Well, what do you guys think? What do you think, Shortwave?
Yeah, that was a whole weird, that was actually before I got into Haveno, so I don't know much more about that whole thing than you do. I know there was like a CCS for like some UI design back in like 2022 that didn't happen, and there was some weird thing where somebody wanted to put like this super like we will be good to everybody kind of into the licensing, and we will arbitrate Havenos so that we don't discriminate against race and creed and bullshit and what gender you are and everything else. It was just a whole mess. And then eventually people are just like, win mainnet, win mainnet, win mainnet. And Woodsur's finally like, okay, fine, here. This is mainnet. Somebody can run a network.
There's something
it works.
about creative people too, where like nothing is ever ready. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but amongst creative people and like engineering people, since they always find like the thing that they would like to improve or whatever, and it's to a point where it's full-blown sabotage, right? They sabotage their own projects because it's like, well, it could still integrate this or do this, or it could have more functionality of this, that, and the other, which is one of the reasons why I think people like Doug are needed to be at the helm of this kind of stuff, because it's like, just get something that works and put it out there and fix it.
Get it out the door.
You go, because you have to start somewhere. You can't be in development for a billion years, right? Or nothing ever happens, nothing ever moves. I do kind of get that vibe from while I was talking to Monerotopia, where he's just such an artistic type of individual, right? Where artistic, not autistic. Well, maybe there's a little of that too. But the point is I think he wants a state of completeness that most of us who are just advocating for it to be launched and used would just say, look, it's fine, bro. Just put it out there. It's ready to go. This thing is going to be amazing, right? And maybe that push and pull is what we're seeing right now, just a theory.
Yeah, I think what Shortwave was referring to too was a drama with Eric Cohn, I think his name was. Oh my god, that guy. He was the reason why we had issues with Monerotopia, the first Monerotopia conference we did in Miami. He's very much a cancel culture type dude, and like that just doesn't fit well, doesn't really work well with open source technologies that's supposed to be like free speech money. Like his philosophy seems to get in the way of the tools that he's trying to help build.
Yeah, because I read something to the effect of like he basically like rug pulled the CCS or whatever with that UI design thing, and all kinds of mess.
Whatever. But yeah, very excited to see Haveno charging ahead in all different forms, right? And we'll have Woodser down there at Monerotopia, so I'm sure we'll get the we'll get the real story of what's going on. So very excited. We'll get the update from him, and we'll be able to ask him our questions. Guys, I put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to jump up on stage. Let's try to get some new faces up here. We have, or you don't have to show your face. We'll just get up here. Let's hear your voice. Doesn't have to be your voice. You can use a voice disguiser. But let's hear your thoughts. We're at 331 live viewers. Like and share. If you want to jump up on stage, just click on that StreamYard link, and that will bring you up here, and we can bring you up stage. So we got Slave Blocker. I'll add him. Guys, I gotta kind of have to do some stuff in the background over here. I'm baking some cookies with my daughter. And we got to finish a batch because we're taking them to a friend's house. I will be Franya did all the baking, for the record. I'll be listening in the background. But yeah, if you guys can kind of take charge a little bit, that'd be greatly appreciated.
I'll hold it down there, Doug. I can add people.
Anybody new, please jump up. Do you have the ability to bring people up, Shortwave, on your end?
Yes, I do. I can. If somebody pops into the stream, I can add them up onto the stage.
Fantastic. So I'm just going to be lurking here, listening in the background. guys, do what you do best.
Just wanted to share something with people that I don't think anybody is aware of unless they're on the ground in places like North Carolina or Tennessee right now. That kind of ties into what was being said about like totalitarianism versus environmental destruction. And there's been a lot of discussion about like some of the totalitarian type stuff going on with like FEMA and all of that. But what I don't think people realize is the debris and all of the corpses and stuff like that from like in the muck and in the rivers, and there is an unbelievably horrible environmental crisis going on in some of these places. Like the silt is completely contaminated and can give you all kinds of horrible infections or poison you and all kinds of stuff like that. And then another thing that's really interesting is it took like seconds for people to start trying to buy up places to prospect on lithium, because there's a lot of like lithium mining things that have been going on in North Carolina and Tennessee.
Elon Musk needs his lithium.
Yeah,
we will coup who we want to coup.
Yeah. And what's really bizarre about it is some of the people who have taken the initiative to try to test for what exactly is hazardous about the silt down there. There's all kinds of like high grade lithium and other things like that that are being found in the debris. And I won't go much further than that, other than to just say, if you're interested, you can look into some of this stuff. But the toxicity of the flood zones is truly astonishing. It's the damage is unbelievable, and people trying to move back. I think we're going to hear a lot more and more about that over time. The amount of damage that was done to poisoning the environment there long term.
Whoa. One thing that I heard today, I never heard it before, is that per week, and on average, I eat 1 credit card of plastic. Every human does. So I guess I'm questioning myself. How don't I look at the street? Everyone is putting their hands on the head and running around and screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God." 50 bags of plastic per year, man. I don't know how true that is, but yeah.
I would suspect that's a little bit high of an estimate. I doubt it's 1 credit card per week, but maybe it's like 1 plastic bag per year. That maybe it still sounds a little high. But yeah, we do get a lot of microplastics, and it does affect your endocrine system.
I think it's probably more the water you drink than it is the what you eat, because you can get some very small traces of plastic in your liquids. And I wonder if they're talking about liners and drink cans and stuff too.
I'll tell you, if we lose society in some kind of like cataclysmic event, plastic is going to be one of the things you miss the most. I promise.
I may or may not have like dozens of rolls of the stretch film plastic that you use to wrap pallets. It's probably one of the greatest survival tools ever. You can build a double wall insulated greenhouse, stuff like that. Especially if you're in Alaska, this stuff is absolutely amazing if you need emergency camping building materials. So go to your local warehouse and trade some Monero for some rolls of plastic. There's stronger grades that I would recommend over just the cheap stuff that you'll see at like a Walmart or something.
From what I understand, like if something was to cataclysmically happen to humans and we were to just wipe ourselves off the planet, aliens like 1 billion years from now would just be able to dig through our soil and find our plastics.
It was the aliens that caused the cataclysm, though. No, I'm just kidding. I don't believe.
I don't know if you guys know who Jesse Ventura is, but he had this thing that stuck with me from a long, long time ago when he was running for governor, and people were talking about just like the importance of humanity or something, and he just said the funniest thing where he's like, Humans love to imagine that they're so much more important than they actually are. And maybe nature has a will of its own, and it only created humans so it could produce plastic, and then it's going to wipe us out like a virus.
I definitely subscribe to the cyclical catastrophe concept. There's mechanisms by which that could be very, very plausible, whether it's something like Nibiru, or also called wormwood, you know, like some crazy big planet, or maybe even like a small black hole in a highly elliptical orbit that we just can't see, or even like a brown dwarf that we can't see. Or it could be like the galactic magnetic bands that are, because they actually resolve these in the past year or two. So at the center of the galaxy is like a massive black hole, and it's rotating, and it's got a huge magnetic field. And so a rotating magnetic field like that produces these armbands. They sweep through the galaxy. There's like 5 of them. And they pass on like 12,000 year cycles, which is kind of about right for, for this kind of cyclical catastrophe that we've been looking at. But yeah, it could be that this carries dust clouds and charged particles, right? Because it acts as kind of like this current sheet, and dust is attracted to electricity. So it is possible that these things are sweeping through our galaxy, and that we periodically get hit by a dust cloud or some kind of like, I don't know, reversal mechanism. So like there's all kinds of ways we can imagine that this happens, but it does seem like we have had cyclical catastrophes. I mean, these megaliths are insane. Like the pyramids are insane. The fact that they were covered in salt when they opened them up is insane. And you look at it and you can see there's water erosion on the side of the pyramids 500 feet up. It's actually, there's this guy called the Ethical Skeptic, really, really solid thinker. I like 100% recommend him if you're on Twitter. Follow the Ethical Skeptic and then get on his website and read his philosophy. And the way that he thinks about problems is really, really deep, like very, very thorough. But he has this thing where he's like, if you look at the pyramids, you can see that there's water erosion, saltwater erosion, stripped off all of the lime casing on the pyramids. And then you can see the deposits at the bottom. And then you can see the parabolic wave erosion that happens. And then the corner crusting that happens. And then you can see the cap is untouched, which means that like, one of the only explanations there is that the water line was plus 500 feet for like 50 years or 100 years or more. And it's like, how the hell does that happen, right? How does the water line go up by 500 feet and then recede? That's like Noah's flood right there.
Well, I have a question, Bawdy. Do you think that the capstone could have been acting as an anode because it had different metals?
Yeah, I don't, honestly, I haven't.
Just saying maybe the water was above that, but it just, because it had like electrum is supposed to be far less corrosive for one, and then the other thing is wouldn't it act like an anode if we've got all of that what is that rock called, the rock that they made,
limestone?
Well, no, not the limestone blocks, but inside you have like the granite infrastructure. Although actually it would work with limestone too, come to think of it. Maybe not as good, but I'm just saying maybe it was above the capstone, but it just was anodized, you know. Maybe
it's possible that, yeah, they had some metal there that protected the top portion of it. I would still tend to think that limestone should dissolve is what I would think. I'm not sure, but I mean, again, since we don't really know what the pyramids were for, maybe somebody does, and somebody really understands it enough to say, yeah, the pyramids were, I don't know, energy devices or consciousness protection devices. I mean, it's hard for us to say. This guy, the Ethical Skeptic, says that that the pyramids are actually they're basically just a way of orienting towards the stars to tell you how much the Earth was going to flip and then flip back, and that they actually double encoded it. So he's pretty convinced that the pyramids were just like a way to keep a testament to the flip of the Earth in a way that couldn't be destroyed and couldn't be covered up. Like, the pyramids stand there as a testament, like they speak for themselves, right? You can't destroy the history. You can't burn the books. You can't gatekeep the history via stuffy scientific academia to silence what the pyramids are telling us. I mean, you can try to do it in an informational capacity, but the physical structure is still there as some kind of testament. And he thinks it's a testament to the pole flip, basically that the Earth flips on its side at 104 degrees for a period of 50 to a couple hundred years and then flips back. I'm not totally sure. I mean, that's strong. What are they? Go ahead.
On the catastrophic theory, like So if you believe that we're in the simulation or whatever, it's like, yeah, every 12,000 years or so, you have to defrag and compress, and then everything that's left over is like what was saved after the compression, and that's why it's hard to make sense of it, because it's like missing so much data. And so like every 12,000 years, we have to do a compression defrag, like reset or whatever. I mean, honestly, the cyclical catastrophe thing is interesting for more than just the idea of trying to, you know, trace back history. Another reason why it's really interesting is because you have all of these like plausible and valid concepts that kind of emerge from it all, right? And usually it's going to be, you know, loosely based on the worldview that it emerges from. But one thing that they all have in common is, if you're, well, I mean, nobody like literally remembers, but in the early 1800s, there was this huge pivot from the idea of history as kind of written by these cataclysmic events, and then you build on top of it. And then everybody started pivoting, at least in the world of academia, to the idea that things are as they have always been over extremely long periods of time.
Gradualism.
And the thing is the body of evidence kept building that was so contrarian to that now it's emerging from like the counterculture back into mainstream academia, the idea that there are these events that, you know, do what they do. And now that the boomer scientists are kind of dying off or writing less or whatever, the people who carried a different view than that are being absorbed into institutions and becoming more popular and so on. And so ideas that were kind of no-go zones, if you wanted to be like in the in crowd or in the in group or whatever, are reemerging this like cataclysmic worldview, which, you know, subscribe to whatever you're going to subscribe to, people. Like, you know, we're not here to judge, we're here to shill Monero. But the thing is it's cool to see how even the history itself is waffling almost cataclysmically, right? It's bouncing from the one worldview, and it's catastrophically moving into another worldview. And wouldn't that be kind of like an underlying support for the thing? Because even our thoughts undergo cataclysms intergenerationally. So, I mean, take that.
You know what's interesting about the shift between what was previously catastrophism, because most of the geologists and like physicists and scientific thinkers of the early 20th century were catastrophists, and that shift towards gradualism. So what they'll try and do, they play this little trick. Oh, it's gradualism, but with periodized local catastrophe, not global catastrophe. And so they like that way they can just dismiss whatever evidence they need to for, you know, broad catastrophism. They can say, oh no, it's just local catastrophe. It was just a local disaster. But that shift happened around this.
What's really funny about
one thing, real quick. Sorry, one thing. What I wanted to say is that that shift happened at the same time, like the 1950s, with the CIA, and when they started psyoping everything and taking complete control of the whole media scenario and academia. That all happened in the 50s, and that's when catastrophism as a global, like as a theory, was kind of stomped out and replaced by this gradualism theory. Sorry, man, go ahead.
What's really funny about it is the Schrodinger's catastrophe. We're like, oh no, that was a localized catastrophe during this time. But then they'll talk about history a little bit later, and they'll be like, oh no, that catastrophe isn't real. And then you go back to another argument. It's like, oh, it's from the catastrophe that happened over there. It's like, did it happen or not? Like, it, you know.
Welcome Cypher Bliss to the show. Hello, Cypher Bliss. Wait, am I hearable?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
Hi. Yeah.
Mr. Bliss, how's it going?
It's going well. It's been a while since I've been on. Nothing is much happening over here, but got a PR today on the pull-ups, so that was fun. Came
Nice.
back from the gym.
Care to share your numbers?
Yeah, I got it's not. I'm going for 1 rep max up until New Year's, but I did 2 on 50 kilos today. So for Alaska Anon, who thinks the metric system is gay, That's 115 pounds, 2 reps.
120, I believe.
Okay.
1.2.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm super jealous right now. I tore a ligament in my shoulder like 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't been able to hit the gym ever since. Like, I was right about your same numbers. I couldn't. 50 kilos would have been too much, but I was doing like 100 pounds for like 1 or 2 reps.
And it happened while you were doing it. You got the.
No, it wasn't a gym injury. It was a scooter injury. I was booked. I was going like I don't know, like 35 kilometers, which is maybe like 35 or 40 kilometers an hour, which is like 22, 25 miles an hour. And I just smashed into a pothole, went over, and I tried to tuck and roll, but I was wearing this big ass backpack, so I mostly just tucked without the roll and tore a ligament in my shoulder. So supposedly I should be like back to 100% in about a month, but I've been really bummed, man, because like haven't been able to hit the gym ever since.
That works out good because you don't want to embarrass everybody else at Monerotopia. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever met Bawdy before, but just look for the dude who looks like Hulk with his shirt off, just like shredded.
Sure. I've never looked like Hulk. I keep a decent physique. I'm thin, reasonably strong, but you wouldn't look at me and say, "Oh, this guy's fucking buff" or whatever. Never done steroids.
I'm not very big myself. I'm like 165 pounds maybe. So the 120 pound, that's like 2/3, a little more maybe than my body weight. So that's okay.
Alaska.
Yeah, I mean, doing 100-pound pull-up is good.
Alaska could probably just pick people up and snap them in half like twigs. Just.
I'm not that healthy, but I mean, I try to stay at least kind of not fat. I weigh like 250 pounds, or in the metric system, I weigh 0.75 Americans.
Yeah, you seem like the kind of guy that's just like super fucking strong. Like I've got kind of a strength to weight thing, and it sounds like Cypher Bliss has that, but I'm not like in an absolute sense, I'm not strong. Not like, we can just lift you up by, put you in the air with one hand.
I got the grizzly bear thing going on where in short bursts I can do like some crazy stuff, but generally speaking, like I'm kind of fat, so.
I'm not so strong in liquidity provision in Monero. I only keep my Monero in cold wallets and some in my Cake wallet. As far as I understand it, if I want to provide liquidity, the objective risks would be then that the system that is providing liquidity crashes. That's one. It doesn't work anymore. Go complain to /dev/null, or the price swings really high and I don't know what happens then, or what was the other one? Everyone does a bank run.
Well, so just be careful with those liquidity providers. Like, yeah, they make you money, but things that make you money also have risk. First of all, you're risking with you have a hot wallet. So you have all of your Monero that you want to provide for liquidity in a hot wallet somewhere, which can be hacked. So, I mean, with risks comes reward. And if you want the reward, you've got to take on that risk.
Liquidity providing comes with, like, even without being hacked, like you just get the impermanent and the permanent loss risk when you do liquidity providing. Like that's just a standard problem that you'll end up. I mean, in flat times, right, where things are not going up or down, just basically flat, you're going to make a decent amount of money. Or if like price is meandering in a direction, you'll make money. But yeah, when price decides to move violently one direction or the other, that's where you end up with the potential for, they call it permanent loss and impermanent loss as a result of that liquidity providing.
Yeah, I heard that before. Thanks. What happens if there is a bank run? If everyone withdraws their Monero from that system, what happens then? Or is that not a problem?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you would probably end up with the potential for violent moves of price on that particular system that diverge from the rest of the Monero market price. but like without looking at specifically how that system works and like the way in which your contracts and your liquidity providing is taking place, I wouldn't really be able to say.
They differ.
Encourage you to do, Slave Blocker, is there has been, historically speaking, they call them Moneruns. So if you look it up as Monerun, there was a couple of incidences where while there was a lot more exchanges that carried Monero, where people withdrew a lot of Monero. And it's an interesting case study because it can kind of give you an idea of how it specifically affects Monero. But like Bawdy was saying, there are so many other input variables in order to understand exactly what's going to happen in that case. But it ties into the first concept of liquidity providers in general, which is liquidity providers are fascinating and almost like humanitarian in a certain sense, because they tend to eliminate volatility. In almost every case, they're actually like bringing down volatility. But the other thing is they benefit from lower volatility. So over time, you would expect people to kind of increase more and more how many people are providing liquidity in some sort of sense, because it de-risks the idea of providing liquidity. But then there's another side to this, which is people who do it right in highly volatile markets can actually make an absolute killing. But it does require like a pretty intensive knowledge of what exactly that you're doing. And then you have to be gambling on the correct side of the trade. And it's very, very difficult to guess which one it's going to be. And then you have to know when to exit, which is almost more difficult to guess. But that said, that's one of the reasons why myself, and if I'm understanding correctly, I think it's one of the reasons why Bawdy and Shortwave, there are certain elements of the Monero community that should be really looking into the idea of doing the liquidity providing thing. Personally, I think the ultimate liquidity provider is the business that accepts Monero. I've talked about that on other shows before, because if you do it right, it can de-risk your own bags. Especially if you have a cash flow or income stream that is in some way pegged to Monero. And if anybody wants to know more about that, I've said this before, I try not to like spend too much time on the show specifically because it applies to a smaller cross section of people who might be listening. But if you want to talk more about it, I'm always down to talk more about it. I do it myself. It's worked out well for me. Unfortunately, I lost everything in a boating accident, so try to avoid boating. But that said, I would be more than happy to help people with at least what I've learned over the years and see where it goes from there.
Well, sellers on XMR Bazaar who actually price items in Monero, they are choosing a fiat price that they can absorb and be like, I can always get this item for this fiat price, and I can always provide this item for this Monero price. And that person acts as a shock absorber to the volatility, which dampens it down, because when it's up above that number, that it acts as an anchor pulling the price downwards. And when the price is below that level, it acts as a rope pulling up and a lever pulling up on it. Like one of those pulleys or whatever, pulling up on the price to bring it back more in line with that number. And so enough people doing that, you act as a shock absorber, and you should be paid for that. Like, you should get a little bit extra over top of what you would charge to take that risk.
Last guy now, ask you about gold back.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, you displayed some goldbacks a few weeks ago, and I've been reading a little bit about them and going down the precious metal rabbit hole. But but I saw a guy, he tried to test the goldbacks for the gold content, and he wasn't able to. Like he scratched away the plastic and everything, and I had the machine to test, and he wasn't able to. If you're not able to verify the goldback, how do you think that like plays into people accepting it?
So the first thing that I'd point out is if you're using like a 1 or a 5, it requires a pretty high degree of technical proficiency to properly test a goldback, because usually a metals tester, the way that you test with a metals tester, it's kind of like charge to charge. It would work a lot better with like a 25 or a 50. And you would want to chemically remove the plastic in a small section, and just do it between that section. But that said, one of the ways that if somebody's trying to validate that, let's say a 1 is actually gold, gold is the only, any metal you would try to do this with would actually be significantly more expensive. So it would be a terrible way to counterfeit. But what you can do is you can hold up your gold back to something really bright like the sun. And because it's so thin, you can actually see through the gold. So you can see the sun through the gold, and it should change the wavelength in a very predictable way. It should have more blues and yellows. So you can take your individual gold back, hold it up against the sun. Halogen lights work really well too, although it's not going to be shifted blue and yellow as much. But there are charts that you can find online or maybe in a textbook somewhere that will tell you how the light spectrum should shift when you're using different mediums. And gold should hopefully be on that chart, or you can reverse engineer where gold would be on that chart. With some let's call it knowledge of chemistry. I don't want to throw a big word salad into this, but then the next thing is when it comes to like appraising your gold backs, this is one of the, even though I'm pretty well known for being a gold bug, I constantly try to explain to people that gold has not brought freedom for, at least for recorded history, something like 6,000 years, right? It did pretty good as a medium of exchange, but it's a very weak system for things like international trade. It's a very weak system for preventing theft. Getting outside of the trusted third party when it comes to gold is basically impossible. Either you have to vault your gold, or you have to, put your gold. Shortwave was mentioning there's these services like Monetary Metals is one, and gold-backed people are another, and so on, where yes, you can get yield in gold, but your yield is pretty much just keeping up with the creation of gold. And the other thing is they're usually lending gold that is being sold to a gold mining company that is using that money to mine gold and raising the supply, right? So you're basically hedging against your own bag with the creation of new money in your own bag. So there's so many reasons why gold is insufficient by itself, but it's incredible if you pair it up with something like Monero. And I think that when people are looking at things like, how do I trust that this gold back has gold? We run into a Monero problem on steroids, which there are a lot of people who say, oh, the supply auditability of Monero, this and that and whatever. Well, yes, you can audit it, you can test it, but you also need like a PhD in applied mathematics to even understand how to do it. Well, with gold, it's even worse. Like if you want to test your gold, you either have to A, have enough of it, B, have to use very advanced equipment and understand how to use it correctly, or C, you have to trust somebody else to audit your gold. And usually that person is on the other side of a trade. Like if you want to sell your gold to somebody and they want to test to see if it's real gold, they could say, oh, it's just plated. You wouldn't know the difference. So there's really only this much gold, so I'll give you this much money, right? This is one of the reasons why even in very ancient documents like the Torah, it is strictly forbidden to use dishonest weights and measures, and it's punishable by death. It's because the collapse of the system without that trustworthy layer. Well, Monero fixes a lot of these problems, and once you have something like XMR Bazaar that's pegging Monero to things like gold backs, pegging Monero to things like gold coins, you're pun intended, you're melting away some of the trust that goes along with gold, and you're also making it international. You're adding a settlement layer on top of a settlement layer. But you're right, there is a serious problem when it comes to the lay person being able to audit their gold backs. Now, the good news is gold is still so cheap that 1/1000th of an ounce of gold smushed out into like basically a couple atoms thick. It's more expensive to counterfeit it than it is to just use real gold. And the premium on buying gold backs is as such, where there isn't a strong incentive for somebody to cheat you, especially if they have to maintain a business license and so on. A lot of these guys would be looking at jail time if they were to not put the correct amount of gold in it. But I'll leave it there for now.
The company that makes gold backs, at least according to their PR statements, say that they actually lose money on every single one gold back that they make. Like when they make the 5s and the 10s and the 25s, they make money on them because of the premium. But apparently with the one denomination gold back, they always lose money.
And with the first I gotta say, just you said gold was hard to verify, but like if you have a gold coin and you go into a shop and sell it, like you can do the test like on the machine, right? Isn't that good enough? You talked about it maybe having lead inside of it, but if you put it on the machine, it's good. And if you're trading it for food with your local farmer, like you might not have the machine, but you can look at it. It has these safety features which are potentially hard to fake. You measure it, you weigh it, and then you got the sound test. So you said that it was not difficult to verify the gold back, but it is difficult to verify like a gold coin, or did I misunderstand?
So spectroscopy is going to be the way that you would audit a gold back in the future. And that's probably my fault because I've dabbled in spectroscopy for a long period of my life. So it seems maybe a little more intuitive. But I'm going to see if I can actually set up this camera where you can see what I'm talking about. So I'll show you in a second.
So is there a machine where you put the gold back in and it verifies just like normal banknotes?
Not that I know of. With the coins, these machines are like they've been made for a long time. But with the gold backs, you have to get the gold out, or maybe something like Alaska now is talking about.
From what I understand, most of the machines that you can just get for like your normal run-of-the-mill machines that verify gold, it's just that the gold back, especially like the one, has so little gold in it because it's 1/1000th of an ounce that the machine literally cannot detect it. Like it's not got fine enough sensors to detect it.
Yeah, I saw a guy on YouTube. He tried to like scrape off the plastic and then do a test, and it didn't work. And he tried to burn the plastic and get like you could see the gold. He got it out, but he was still not able to verify it. So I think coins are pretty safe if you got a machine and you can do the sound test and all of these things. But the gold backs.
Can you guys see this? I don't know if you can or not, but.
Not really, man.
Blue line.
But it's fun.
Yeah, the blue lines is what I'm trying to show. but the idea is that the gold is so thin that it will allow certain light spectrum through, and it will reflect certain other ones. And then if you pair that up with like the expected spectroscopy performances, then you can pretty well verify that it is in fact gold underneath your laminate, is what I was getting at. So it's not so much an electromagnetic metals tester that you would want for a gold back. You would want to switch to a spectroscopy type system if you wanted to validate your gold backs. Let me see if I can.
There is something to be said. There's something to be said too for the durability. So one problem that you get with coins is that their very usage causes small amounts of the gold to come off. People end up shaving the very edges of the coin, so you have slightly different weights. And then obviously, you know, coins get scratched and degraded, which reduces their fungibility, right? As anyone that plays with gold knows that different coins will fetch different values at a dealer. And probably some of that would equalize if gold was like more used just regularly. But that's still kind of a problem that you end up having with that system. Whereas, you know, plastic, as we just talked about, like it's very durable. The aliens will come a million years from now and see all of our plastics. So yeah, you get these gold backs that are fairly durable if handled in a similar way that we handle just like regular dollar bills or whatever.
And speaking of fungibility, when I'm considering buying coins, I'm thinking that I see a lot of people, they say like, oh, it's a maple leaf, it's a Krugerrand, it's a American Eagle. It's good because it's government backed and it has, yeah, right there. And on the other side, you can show it, it says $5, right? But that coin, you have to buy it for $33 or something right now. But if you take it to the grocery store, the King of England and the and Canada, those people will not allow you to use it for $33. You will have to use it for $5, right?
That is why you get what's that? I cannot think of the person's name right now. Good money drives out bad money. Like, excuse me, bad money drives out good money. So the gold, since it's worth $33 and has a face value of $5, means that people will use the paper money instead of the gold because the gold is more valuable.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm thinking,
I'm going to try to show what Bawdy was talking about with. So hold on. Here is a 1960. Hold on. Or 1940 quarter. I'll try to make it focus on it. But you can see how, like, from the thumbprints and stuff, it's a little worn down, right? And the silver it wants to come off first. So there is technically less silver than it was originally made with. And then here's like a better example. So this is from 1911, I think. You can see how this coin is worn almost completely down from being traded over and over again by hand. But just to remind people how fake and garbage your money is now, this is from 1969 and it is barely recognizable as a quarter. So if you hold the two of them up together, you can see how much more resilient of a metal silver is than the fake and gay BS that they give you now. And when you hold this in your hand, you can feel the moneyness. When you flick it, you can hear the sound. And a modern quarter, it's more resembles like a casino token. And then what I was going to show about when you get up to the 50 gold back, right, you can see, look at how there's like less flex to it than when you're using like a 1. Right, because but there's like a weight to it too, and gold has that density that causes it to have rigidity all the way across, but then have like a heavy flex down, but still have the same reflective properties as you would expect to see in gold. So
Can you show us the sound? Show us what it sounds like.
The metal. Hold on a second.
Yeah, when you like flop it.
So I'll use the greatest silver coin ever made because.
Oh, I meant the gold back. Don't they have like kind of a sound to them when you the 50?
Okay, so I hope this comes across the stream good, but is that coming through all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's correct. It's sound money, right? And here's this may be a really awful banging sound if I can't catch, and I'm very white, so I don't know what to tell you. But here we go. Listen carefully to the sound of silver. Can you hear the ting to it? I don't know if that's coming through or not, but
I can hear it.
So that's where sound money gets its name from. Is metals have different harmonics that they make when energy is like dealing with them in some kind of way. They have, so you can definitely tell that this is made out of a very dense metal, but it's not quite as true because it's so much more. That's the wrong bag. I have so much of this stuff everywhere.
Bawdy?
Let me see if I can bust out some ones here.
I just wanted to ask Bawdy after the show if I just wanted to tell him something about our conversation last time.
Okay, yeah, I'll stick around.
Yeah. Cool.
See, it's got kind of a higher pitch to it, but you can still hear it.
But do you trust the coins? Like if someone wanted to pay you in gold coins, silver coins, are they verifiable enough without a machine, let's say?
Yes. So another thing that you can do, so since I live where I live, you can just put silver in like snow or ice. And because of its thermal and electromagnetic properties, it will melt the ice extremely fast. And that would be really hard to emulate unless you were using the real thing. There's all kinds of tricks that it's, and that's what it kind of requires is just like people spent as much time as they did learning how to use like online banking with their crappy fiat, whatever. You just need to take the time to learn the tricks of the trade or another thing is the way that silver responds to sulfur. Sulfur and silver like to grab onto each other. So you can use sulfur on like if you were being paid in large volumes and you wanted to like really confirm, you could pick out randomly and you could use sulfur to see if it like, I forget the word, but when we'll call it sulfurizes, like when it wants to bond to the sulfur. That's a little harder to do with, like, for example, maples. They have like a coating on them to prevent that. But any coin that's from a certain era, the sulfur released from diesel that ends up in the air should show up on the coin. Let me see if I can find it. Here's one right here. So that you should see how it's got like that brown. I really wasn't ready for this. I would have done something different with my camera, but there's like a brown hue to it. You see, that's what sulfur likes to do to silver. So there are ways to test it. You take risks accepting anything and trading anything, and you need to be mindful of the fact that in the end, you don't want to be all in on anything. Like for example, it's not a bad idea to have a couple ounces of just copper, right? Because like, even though people don't consider it something that you would generally use as money, right? Copper has value, and there may come a point where you're trying to settle at different amounts or different volumes or whatever. Now, if you don't already have like a Monero stash and a gold stash and a silver stash, copper should be like the furthest thing from your mind. But as you're building a portfolio, and I would imagine Bawdy would agree with me, like you want to be hedged against your hedging hedges. You want to have Like it's you always want to be diversified, and there's nothing more important than to diversify in your own skills and in your own knowledge. The more you know and the more skills you have, the less it matters how much money and all of these different forms of currency and whatever you have. I guess what I'm saying is get good, noobs, you know, get them gains, take care of your health, and then start worrying about whether or not your gold backs or have the appropriate electromagnetic conductivity and so on.
But the coins you had the Monero, and you had a Buffalo. Is that it? I think so. With these,
I don't have any gold or silver. I don't have any Monero. I disavow anybody saving anything ever, and I pay my taxes. So,
but like hypothetically, if you buy coins, and the government coins, they call them coins, and then the one that you showed, the Buffalo, that's a round. I don't kind of get that idea. I feel like it's all coins, and then the government just
so coin has a legal definition. A coin has to be minted by someone that has been given authority by our holy and divine government institutions. And they are the only ones that have the power of calling something money, because otherwise the plebs might end up with a taste of freedom. And we don't want the plebs to have any freedom. So if you want to collect rounds, you're probably some no good anarchist, especially if they have these forbidden symbols on them like this. So yes, they are called rounds legally. I will call them coins because fuck the state, but you can call them whatever you want. Go ahead.
If you get government coins, like I like that you say that everything is coins. That's what I've been thinking. Like it's all coins, and then just governments want you to use their stuff. But if you get government coins like Slave Blocker, you had a Maple Leaf. Like, isn't it more likely that they could, especially if you were in Canada, they could say, "Oh, there's a crisis. We need the Maple Leaves." But if you get a so-called round, which is not minted by the government, wouldn't it be then harder for them to confiscate? And also, you have that $5 price tag on the Maple or the Eagle or all these government-backed coins. Now you're ruining your purchasing power. Like you would have to disobey the government in order to use a silver coin for its actual price. So would it, as long as things stay the same, I guess it's better to maybe have different things that are easily available, and you can sell it easily. But like if shit hits the fan, it might be better to have a round versus a coin. No?
If shit hit the fan, then I will go to my contact person on the field, and I will give him this, and I will say, give me something I can eat, for example. That's the reality.
So Cypher, I'll try to break this down a little bit for you. So let's say I have to get on a plane and I want to go to, I don't know, Mexico. Okay. And in order to cross a certain border, you are only allowed to go without claiming $10,000 in cash. Okay. Well, according to the government, this is $50. Okay. It's 1 ounce of gold. Although this is a fake, people, just so you know. I don't actually have gold or silver. That is all nonsense. But let's just say, for example, this was a real 1 ounce gold buffalo. When I get on that plane, I have $50 in my pocket. You see what I'm saying? So that's an example of a use case of a coin. Okay. Now, on the flip side, let's say I'm just getting into the game, right? And maybe I pump my bags a little bit and now I want to diversify. There are a couple of things that you might be considering. Okay. So if you want to have tradable denominations for a crisis. Okay. The first thing you should understand is a lot of crises will probably also collapse the value of gold and silver, but other types of crises will pump the value of gold and silver. If you have a monetary crisis, you're probably going to see a huge spike in gold or silver. In most cases, you would expect that. That is a use case in which gold backs, or maybe something like this. Okay, so this is an Elizabethan silver 1/10 of an ounce of coin of silver. It's exactly a 1/10 of an ounce. That's, by the way, where the word dime gets its name from. Now let me show you an older version of that real quick. And once again, I just borrowed these from a museum 5 minutes ago. I don't own any gold or silver. And I also don't own any guns or bullets. I'm a good slave. But thank you to the Museum of Made Up a Stand for donating this. So this is, they call them mercury dimes. Okay. And it's a little less than a 1/10 of an ounce of silver, but it can be recognized as there is a high probability that this is just shy of a 1/10 of an ounce of silver. If you're trying to trade or barter in small amounts during some kind of crisis, this is a far more ideal mechanism for you to use. But when you're purchasing that, you're going to pay a higher premium because, there's the idea of the bulk discount and so on. Or maybe you want to go up to like a 1/2 an ounce approximately, and on and on. But on the flip side, if you have big bags and you're trying to do the same thing, but you want to hold a large amount of assets, you would go with something like this, okay, which you get these 10-ounce silver bars, okay? The nice thing about silver is it's actually, especially if you really need to, it's easy to turn one of these into something approximating like 1 ounce or a 1/2 ounce and so on, especially if you have a neighbor who's a blacksmith who's a total badass. They can get really close to the weights that you're looking for, okay? But you can spend fewer fiat Fed notes to get a larger supply of silver, okay? But silver isn't a panacea, and one thing that Bawdy has covered over and over again is gold is incredibly stable, it's incredibly reliable. And the other thing is, if you have, let's call it 2,000 fiat Fed notes worth of this, or 3,000 fiat Fed notes worth of this is hard to pack all the way up and down a mountain to get to where, people have their local garden, whatever. But you can pack this allegedly $3,000 worth of gold, right? Just shy of $3,000 worth of gold. And you don't even notice it's in your pocket because of the density and the values and so on. And so this is one of the reasons why people like our astute gentleman Bawdy would tell you that you can't know what's right for a person until you know what situation they're in, but there are certain principles that have held on since time immemorial. Your first step is to have a bag. Your second step is to find a way to get gains off of your bag. Then your third step is to diversify your bag. But all of this should always be done in conjunction with taking care of your health, taking care of your skills and your knowledge base, and building a community of people that you can trust, because being able to trust the money holds maybe 1/1000th of the value of being able to trust the guy who is awake with a rifle protecting your undisclosed location while you're asleep, and they should be able to trust you with the rifle while they are asleep, okay? Because you can have all the silver in the world, but you got to sleep sometime, and somebody's going to end up with that silver who ain't you, unless you have a battle buddy and a squad and plenty of ammo, and you know how to make solid traps and so on.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But our government is here to help, and they will take care of you, and you're going to be fine. just invest all of your money into bonds, because the government always pays its bills, they tell us. And why would they lie? Why would they lie? Right.
I just want to say one thing really quick about the gold coins. If you're hopping on an airplane and you're like, hey, this is only worth 35 US dollars or whatever the face value says on the coin, and you're traveling with an equivalent value of something, tens of thousands of dollars. It's not it's not going to fly for you if they take you to court and then you're like, well, it just says $5 on the coin. It was like a total of $500. Like, just know they're not going to let you get away with that. Like, even if that probably is technically what the law should say and should mean, and maybe even does mean, like, it just doesn't matter. They're not going to let you get away with that in court.
And see, that's why you take all of it and put it into Monero, and then you take that with you.
Yeah, exactly. You just memorize your seed phrase, and until they come up with the brain scanner, they can't say that you transported all of that Monero across the border or not. They don't even know where it is. Is it the seed phrase in your head? Is it stored on the nodes? Right? There's like this whole legal question over that as well.
And what about the fact that it is minted by a government? Do you think that increases the chance of it being confiscated in difficult times?
Gold?
I think they'll confiscate it either way, bro. If they're confiscating precious metals, they're going to confiscate all of it. Like that's my thesis anyway.
Yeah, they do what they want, and then they invent the legal pretext necessary after the fact.
Gotcha. So it
That's
might
a nice curiosity
whether you
to
have government funded or not government coins then.
With how much would you fly from Frankfurt without them stopping you? I personally would be more concerned about them stealing from you if you pass through security with that amount of gold. Yeah.
Well, and that was kind of one of the arguments that I was trying to underpin all the. I mean, the reality is it's so easy to steal gold and silver. And if you have decent OPSEC, it's effectively just about impossible to steal Monero, especially all of it. And underneath the whole premise of like getting across a border with funds, if the eye of Sauron has already fallen upon you, and I may be speaking a little bit from experience here, that you're going to be in that plastic prison for a while, no matter what they find, no matter what they do, and you'll just be in your plastic prison until our benevolent, all-loving, all-compassionate government overlords, who are decreed from on high to be your masters, decide that you are free to go. And the emphasis free in quotations, because the minute that they can choose to put you in a prison and they have the ability to enforce such a thing is the minute that you should already be resisting with everything you have, because you don't want anyone to even allege that they have the authority to put you in a cage. And when people are trying to, just don't get me, you've completely lost the message that's underneath it all, which is there are people who have decided that you are their property. So whether or not they have the ability to enforce it, whether or not they have the ability to confiscate all of the coins that they did mint or didn't mint, or, on and on and on, let's just not lose sight of the fact that there's a bunch of fucking vampires that have decided that you are their property and they will take from you as they please. And the minute that somebody has openly declared that you are their property, either you resist, and honestly with everything that you have, right? Or you have consented to being a slave. You could be like, well, I'm not going to let him get away. This is my red line. It's like, if the red line isn't, no, I don't owe you anything. And why is it always ugly people in politics, right? If that's not your position, then it's like, you might as well just mail them all of your gold and silver, and you might as well just like open up a courthouse on your front lawn because you've already agreed to being governed. If you say, if you even consent a little bit on they have the right to your labor.
And if you acquire gold, like, do you have any hesitation to buy it off a website? Like there are many websites, what's it called? SD Bullion, AppMex or something. Like, will that data be shared with the government, you think? Like how much you bought?
Almost certainly. And I'm not saying don't buy. I mean, look, those websites, a lot of them are great. And you know, I could say the same thing about when people are like, oh, registered versus unregistered guns versus, I'm actually an advocate of both. And what I mean by that is I want the government to know that I have the ability to shoot, and I don't want them to know how many different calibers I have the ability to shoot, right? Because to some people, this is going to sound insane, but probably not to the Monero audience. They have all kinds of algorithms and advanced learning modules in order to figure out how close they are to being able to do just like open warfare against the population versus we need to demoralize the population versus we need to take at least this many more guns in order to do a door-to-door this and that, whatever. And sometimes it's good to feed those algorithms enough data that says, no, we can still kill all of you, right? And it's kind of the same with gold, where if you acknowledge that there does exist underneath it all a barter system, and there are settlement layers in the hands of the individual, you're actually working against the system for the deployment of something far more openly tyrannical. But if you've acquired gold in a more discreet way, now it's not known how much you actually hold. So there are pros and cons to all of that stuff, but it kind of reminds me of like the graphene phone. We've had this debate many times, like the graphene phone versus like, you know, like a Linux computer versus what it's like. I would rather, as much as it like burns my tongue to even say, I would rather somebody had like some ghetto Windows computer than no computer at all, right? But I would rather they had a computer that was running Linux or FreeBSD or something like that, you know, Tails. But where they're at is where they're at. I don't want people to not have a smartphone. I would just prefer they were using a graphene phone. I don't want people to not have gold if they bought it off of a website, because it's like, dude, get the gold how you can get the gold. Have gold. However you get it, whatever, just have it. Okay. But I would be far more pleased to see people buying gold backs on XMR Bazaar than buying it off of, you know, such and such website. But I'll tell you who my hat really tips to is the people who buy lots of gold backs on the internet and then put them on XMR Bazaar, right? You be the on-ramp. You get your gains how you got to get your gains in order to get freedom to the people, okay? So if you want to go on AppMex and buy an ounce of gold and then sell it on XMR Bazaar for your like 1% markup or maybe 1% off, I don't care. Be the on-ramp. Get the gold in the hands of the people. And, you know, and you can use that for trading purposes too. It's like, I'm going to dollar cost average into gold every single week, and I'm going to sell it for XMR at spot price plus, you know, whatever. And you can be that settlement layer, that liquidity provider without all of the extra technical whatever, because just get the hands with the freedom in it, right? Just get the people what they need to say no. Even if they know it's you, whatever. Protect your devs, protect the children, protect your families, and be ready to die for what you believe in. Is like, that's what it is to be a man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that doesn't mean just like throw yourself upon the gears all willy-nilly and get murdered to try to, you know, what, do it smart, play the long game. But the reality is resist at the level that you can resist and push for freedom at every step of the way.
And I wanted to harp on the point that if it feels good for you to buy silver or gold, because you are allergic to fiat and you want to get rid of it, and it does feel good, you have something that has an intrinsic value in it, not just the cost. What even feels better is to get all the computers you can. Doesn't matter, old, new. If you have socket 775 upwards, just get all the computers you can and start mining. It will feel even better. Yeah. And shout out to Jay Grassi that implemented the Monero pool. It's a great pool to mine on.
You're both saying, like, it's better to have gold than not gold, better to have Monero than not Monero. And gold is kind of like Monero in privacy and fungibility. So if you get Monero on an exchange and then you get it off the exchange, they don't know if you have it anymore. Like, they'll have a list from AppMex or something like, oh, this guy bought gold. But if you have a few minutes before they come kicking in your door, you can just say, oh, I sold it for cash, or gave it to a friend, and you buried it somewhere, you know, in your yard before they arrived. So I guess I shouldn't be too worried about buying it online or anything. Bawdy, you had something?
No, not exactly. I was just going to say a Patton quote. George Patton from World War II, the Pacific commander. He said, the goal of war is not to die for your country. It's to make the other poor bastard die for his. Make of that what you will.
Gotcha. You know, one of the things that I hope that people come away with, you know, I realize I can be a little like militant and aggressive sometimes to the audience. And I don't want people to get too far outside of their own comfort zone. You want to build towards what it is your goals are. But that said, if you have a certain amount of bravery, some of the best advocacy I've ever done for freedom is in the process of being arrested. And what I mean by that is a lot of people who are peace officers, police officers, federal agents, whatever, it's not until they're faced with the reality that they believe they're working for freedom and, you know, whatever. So many of my like military compatriots, you know, they joined, especially in my generation, it was like, blah, 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 9/11 happened, we got to kill brown people or whatever.
They hate us for our freedom.
Yeah, they hate us for our freedom, bro. We got to get out there and we got to kill families because freedom or something, right? It's when they enter the conflict and it's like, are we the baddies, right? Like, and the thing is when you're getting arrested for, why don't you have a license plate? And then you say, and look, this is probably way above where people want to like start, you know, don't start here, but this is like an example, okay? And you say, where's the law that I have to have a license plate? What does the word regent mean? Why are kings involved? Isn't this America? Like, what? Just the act of asking these questions will often turn the enforcement arm of the state against itself. Okay. And a lot of them have never even asked questions like, if I'm supposed to be protecting people, why am I writing all of these tickets for not having insurance or whatever, right? Like, or how many of these traffic laws are for safety? And what is there really an emergency? So I have to turn these lights on, or am I just disrupting traffic? And so they start to ask themselves very important questions when, if you can be eloquent and, you know, somewhat polite and you can speak their language, you're making your case where it matters the most, which is, why are people afraid to speak out? Well, they're afraid of the tyrants and the jackbooted thugs that call themselves police and military and all this other stuff. And I'm speaking from experience, right? I may be hating on them, but I was one of them, right? And I apologize for my service, but I'll do better next time. But the moral of the story is they have blinders on, and they are the fear wing of the state, because people are afraid of the road shark, right? They're afraid of having their door kicked in or whatever, right? And when you defang the state with these interactions, one person at a time, shout out to the people who stand there and they hold up their signs that say like speed trap ahead or whatever. And you know, then the puppets come out and they, with their magic suit, they now represent the state, right? And they arrest the guy for warning people about speed traps. But the thing is now that officer, right, is faced with the fact that this man has a First Amendment right, and he has decided that this is what he wants to say, and he's not doing anything wrong. But because I'm trying to generate revenue for the government, because we have quotas for revenue, right? And all of a sudden I'm arresting him. I'm not even pulling over people who are speeding. And isn't it odd how there are less people speeding? So isn't he doing a better job protecting people than I am, right? And these are the moment in time where the light switch may flip, right? This is the time in which you may be able to make an anarchist out of a statist. And that's what we're all after, right? That's the whole point of Monero. That's the whole point. People are like, oh, well, I have to pay my taxes or they're going to kick down my door and flashbang my children in their crib and shoot my dog and blah, 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 right? Like, well, Monero can help you, right? Monero can help you get away from the tax grid. Monero can help you do peer-to-peer financial transactions, right? That's what we're here for. So, but you should take that philosophy to every level of your life. And you should say to yourself, what am I willing to lose for freedom, and why isn't it all of it, right? Because you have nothing if the government has a right to it anyway. So, and like, if that's a little too radical for you, join us next week when you see it the way I do. But it's, I hope that it at least puts a little fire under the seat of your computer chair while we all pretend to resist the state from our basements or whatever.
Alaska, see, this is why people want a show with you. This is exactly why people are like, where is the Alaska show? Where is it? I want it. This is why. That right there. Exhibit.
You flatter
A.
me. I want a body show, bro. Like this, the charts and graphs make my, you know what, turn into stone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love the data, bro. It's like crack to me, man. But I need a body show 7 days a week, 3 hours a day.
You know, the charts, it's a lot of speculation there, right? I'm trying to predict the future, and who the hell can do that, right? So we're just trying to look at stuff and keep ourselves oriented to what's going on. But you've always got to be open to the possibility that that you could just be fucking wrong. Like maybe something is different this time, and maybe we don't get a crash, even though all the signs are there and it's bloody obvious. Maybe something is different. Maybe they pull a rabbit out of their hat, or maybe the market front runs it so much that the moment the Fed steps in, the crash just totally stops because by now everyone has figured out the game, right? Like these kinds of things are possible. So, you know, don't take it too far. You know, don't get too hard on it.
Okay, so here's a prediction question for you, Bawdy. If the gold backs are like the one denomination is about $6, I think. Let's just say it's $6. I think inside there you have $3 worth of gold, and then the premium is $3. Like, I'm not sure about the numbers, but it's about that. If demand goes up and people start to use this, let's say the entire United States started using it, would that somehow destroy the use case of it? Because now maybe a one denomination is like $60, $100. Like, would it just like work as gold as the price and demand goes up, and you can use it and go in and out?
There'd probably be some variability in that. Seniorage wouldn't be quite the right term. Usually that's what it's like, the profit effectively that the guys that manufacture the thing get as a difference between the spot and what it's, you know, valued at, what they sell it at. But that that level, the difference between the spot and its value, certainly like that could change some, but I would suspect that, especially in the hypothetical you laid out, such a big market, such a high volume market with so much depth to it, that difference is going to stabilize. Like there could, like if a mass adoption happens, there will be some period of volatility in that regard, but pretty quickly, if a mass adoption happens, the depth of the market will stabilize that differential.
They will be just as useful to like 10 years from now with 340 million people using it as today.
Yeah, exactly. I can't see that it would be like any less useful or usable.
Okay. Thanks.
I mean, as long as there's enough units of the currency to go around. Like hypothetically, let's suppose that fiat currencies go away and gold in Monero replaces fiat currencies. It could be the case that the valuation of Monero and gold have to go into the, you know, tens of trillions, maybe $100 trillion or so, a few $100 trillion perhaps, to sort of account for the entire demand of money. Like there's a market for money, there's a demand for money, which is a different thing than the total market cap of all the global wealth in existence. Like you don't have a one-for-one correlation between the market cap of money and the market cap of global wealth, but you still need a very high market cap, right? At least in the $100 trillion range or more. It could be the case that at such high market caps, a one denominated gold back would be something, you know, worth more like $100 now, right? Which makes it less divisible. So you run into these problems of divisibility yet again. So, you know, it's probably why silver was used for a long time. But yeah, there would be divisibility problems if gold sort of just like the gold backs took over the economy. Now, on the other hand, let's suppose that gold backs just replaced the current usage of cash, right? They didn't like become, you know, gold backs didn't become like money in general. It didn't totally replace the dollar and PayPal and Visa and all that, but instead it just replaced the current cash value or the current cash usage of physical money. Goldbacks probably, you know, in that case, they probably is enough divisibility of them for them loosely to be able to do that. I mean, you still kind of need coinage, right? So maybe there's still silver, you know, maybe like some kind of like smaller denomination is necessary. I don't know. I haven't. Anyone got any ideas on how you would get smaller denominations?
Kind of, but the first point that you made, I just wanted to kind of add to it. So this gold back, like this specific gold back, you see how it looks all ate up and nasty, right? So this was an experiment. I fed this to a dog. I washed it. I had my kids play with it for like a week. I buried it in concrete, and then once the concrete was almost hard, I broke all the concrete off and washed it again. This goldback has undergone levels of abuse that you would never, ever expect a goldback to go through. Now, there's a little bit, so what happened is within the laminate, you can see these micro fissures of where the gold kind of squishes off to one side and makes these like gaps in it. So from constantly folding it over and over and over again, the gold kind of like bunched up along the edges, and it creates like little seams or whatever. Now, as far as the divisibility goes, so if you think of gold in terms of what most people think of it right now, which is this store of value concept, this protecting yourself against losses concept. I don't think that even if it became like currencyized or whatever, gold has even the faintest hope of replacing digital ledgers, right? Even if those ledgers are recording gold, all right? So that moves gold back to the same settlement layer that it was when fiat was invented in the first place, because you have to keep your head in the game on history, right? Which is, I have X amount of gold stored at this location, And then it's the fiat itself that was divisible, right? This is one, I mean, in theory, you could be, this is 1/1 trillionth of an ounce of gold or whatever. If you assemble X amount of these, you can redeem it for X amount of gold and so on, right? But in reality, all you've done is you've made it to a really, really garbage version of Monero. You see, because there's this trust, this idea that a banker holds this much gold, and that gold is safely stored away because the Rothschilds would never, ever, ever lie to us, right? And I can take this worthless paper and blah, blah, blah. Versus using blockchain technology, I can eliminate that trust. But then people say, oh, well, how do I know what the value of gold is? Well, no, it becomes pegged. And pegged systems are the idea of removing these smaller, decentralized fiat providers and moving up to the government, because the government never lies, right? They always have our best interest in mind. So if they say they have all of this gold in Fort Knox, of course they have all of this gold in Fort Knox. And yes, of course, it's only a temporary depegging of gold to the dollar. I'm sure any day now, Nixon will come back from the grave and he will direct Secretary Connolly to, oh, my daughter brought me my coffee. That is a good baby right there. She brings me my coffee like a good girl. But the thing is the unit of account becomes the trustless layer. The Monero becomes the trustless layer. The divisibility of gold is never going to be an issue because we have blockchain now, is kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah, you make a very good point there, because with the gold.
So, wait, will you get closer to your microphone, please?
Yeah, sure. You make a good point there, because with the divisibility of gold in the blockchain, that is why we had this problem for so long. Was just due to the fact that gold is hard to transport for big amounts, and for small amounts, it's too easy to lose the coins or to lose the thing. It's too small.
And if you get a high price increase on gold and you have 1/1000th of an ounce in that one denomination gold back, could you easily do like 1/2000th? Where do you run into problems with that?
I think at that point you would just start valuing stuff in gold instead of valuing stuff in fiat.
You could make a sliver of gold back, right? You could make 1/5 of a gold back in size and have 1/5000.
Yeah, I guess you could just cut it in half even. So then you have 1/2000th.
Yeah, that's kind of hilarious. You're like, oh no, we only have this one gold back. It's worth, I mean, at that point you would just say, oh, it's worth one gold back. You know, it might be worth, say, $100, right? Be like, well, what do we do? Like, I don't know, just rip it in half. Yeah, just rip it in half. It's fine. It's still gold. It still works. You'd be like, yeah, maybe that would work. You know, I'm actually sitting here playing with one of these gold backs. I crumpled it up, you know, just like wadded it up like a piece of paper. And I'm trying to see if I can use like a blow dryer to flatten it back out again. Have you tried, Alaska? Have you tried taking that somewhat?
I've never tried to repair one yet, but I've never even thought of it, honestly, but I'll give it a go.
I mean, you know how you'll take a paper and you slide it along the edge of a hard surface, you know, to try and flatten it back out. It seems to be working pretty good, actually. I was able to flatten it out pretty decently. I went and got a blow dryer, and if you heat it up and do it, it helps it a lot. It definitely flattens out significantly more. But overall, I mean, just crumpling this thing up over and over again, it seems to be holding up pretty good.
Just like a heat gun in a book, maybe.
Private, fungible, it's pretty good money. Sorry.
How do you cut it? And isn't that dangerous to feed a dog? Like,
that's a good point. This shit is sharp, but this is really sharp on the edges.
Yeah.
Sacrifices had to be made, people, for the good of man. I mean, I would point out though that I wasn't so much thinking about like literally cutting a gold back in half, although that would work. I was thinking you just print them as like slivers. You know, there are lots of currencies that already like have like much smaller bills that are even made out of the same laminate. So I mean, even retooling the machines would be very easy.
Yes, there's hope for a little bit of gold, silver, Monero. I like all
And just
three.
yeah, just think about the advancements in like depositing and lithography technologies and so on. Like you can literally print gold by the atom right now. Like it's, I mean, that by the atom is a little extreme, but it would not be hard to make much less than 1,000th of an ounce of a denomination.
I don't know how thin the gold backs are, but I heard that if you take one gold coin, 31 grams, 1 ounce, you can like spread it out over a football field. That's how thin you can get it. So I don't know how thin.
One gold
for
back
like
is
lots of
extremely
optics, they've got it down to where you can print it out to an atom thick for changing for spectroscopy purposes or people with light sensitivity. You can spread gold 1 atom thick.
Shortwave, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying with the actually I forgot what the heck I was saying. Train derailed.
No worries.
Yeah, but once you get down to 1/1000th of an ounce of this thing, you're either probably gonna have to go with a cheaper metal such as silver, or you're gonna have to like just start valuing things in gold and gold backs themselves. So this, I will give you 10 potatoes for 1 gold back or whatever, and start valuing physical commodities in this thing in order to make it a currency, because that at that point fiat is just dead. It's like how you could buy like a dollar with like 1 billion marks or whatever back in Weimar Germany.
That's true. You still run into divisibility problems, like because in the case of that kind of widespread adoption, 1 gold back today, I think is worth. Is it like? It's like it's a 2 to 1, right? It's worth about $2 today. Well, no, times the gold price, so it's worth 2 of its spot value, and I think its spot value would be probably $2, 2.7.
Honestly, fair appraisal, you're looking at like $6 for a gold back right now.
So if we had a widespread adoption, what you would end up with is a situation where 1 gold back is buying you the equivalent of what we would call today $100 worth of stuff, right? And you might be like, well, I just wanted to buy a pencil, like so how do I divide? I need 1/100th of the current value of the lowest denomination, which is 1/1000th, right? So you need like 1/100,000th of a gold back to buy, say, a pencil for gold backs. Like, so we still kind of run into divisibility problems.
Arrows is what you need.
Yeah, we just use Monero and stuff.
I have another solution, and I'm gonna sound dumb and smart at the same time. The solution is silverback. Like, why didn't I think of that?
It's really hard to spread silver thin like you can with gold.
And actually, they did do one. It was a limited edition thing, but they did indeed make a silverback. It exists.
Silverback is such better marketing than goldback. Like, it just sounds amazing.
But you wouldn't be able to do like 1,000th of an ounce on a silverback? Is that what you're saying, Alaska?
It would. The thing about gold is it's so good at being spread thin as far as like the element itself, and silver does not have that quality. And then the other thing is gold is so corrosion resistant and silver is not. And the other thing is silver becomes brittle much easier than gold does. Gold is an incredibly soft metal. Silver is a soft metal, but it still gets brittle compared to gold. And so like there are chemical reasons. It's not impossible. I'm not saying that it can't be done, but it would not have the qualities that gold backs do to the same level that they do. And honestly, everybody's looking for the magic bullet, but the magic bullet it's a 2-in-1 thing. You need both. And not only that, but you need more than both, because the thing is we always talk on like the more technical parts of the show about how, the Unix principle, this and that and whatever. And people who don't know what the Unix principle is, It's one of the greatest philosophies in all of computational history. And we should all hail the Unix principle, which is doing one thing, doing it well, and making it easily integrated into other things. And Monero, sticking to its roots of being private digital cash, opens up the field for Xano and DarkFi and all these other things to do other things with the same technology. And if you eliminate the need for Xano to meet the goals of digital cash, it can kind of fill in here and there, especially if it needs to be smart contracts or whatever. But Monero becomes private, easy to use, decentralized, peer-to-peer digital cash. Then it becomes a means by which you can peg it to real assets like gold. And then the Monero becomes the means by which you can settle out with these things like, your Xano smart contract or whatever. This idea of a panacea for everything is foolish, right? So it's like you encourage people to eat enough protein, right? But if they're eating like 800 grams of protein because they're trying to get fit, it's like, have you tried broccoli, bro? Right? Like, have you tried? Like, meet your needs with the tool that's best for the job and just have more tools. It's this idea of trying to stretch gold to its absolute limit for every single thing that currencies could possibly do is a fool's errand. What you want to do is use gold for what it's good for. You come up with your novelties like goldbacks to improve the divisibility or make it settlement for smaller amounts and so on. But you already have a nearly infinitely divisible ledger that is super easy to use, that you can trust without having a central bank or anything. It's called Monero, and you can get your shirts and you can go to Monerotopia for an indestructible Monero coffee cup. This will heat your coffee for you with the power of freedom. Okay? It's incredible what Monero can do for you people. Buy your Noto today. Shill as hard as I possibly can. This is your public service announcement for the cause of anarchy.
Word.
All right, guys. I feel like it's getting a little bit late here, long in the tooth. Probably need to go and be productive today. I don't know about you guys, but I need to bounce soon.
Yeah, I think it's getting kind of late. Why don't we go ahead and say our goodbyes and go ahead.
Did we run the commercial already? I don't think you even have it on your. I hope we didn't forget.
Doug ran it with the guest.
Oh right, yeah. I was showering at the time.
So yeah.
For those of you who wanted a visual of a real silverback drenched in water, fuzziness and all, God bless you all. Thank you, Monero community, for everything you guys do. You're the best.
You guys are fantastic. See you guys next week.
Good times.
And watch this. It's not going to.
Mr. Blocker.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.